Hey, Darkman! Here we go. I have done a little bit of editing. I respect using the toy box because fuck paying for a respec in these games because it just keeps getting more expensive and more expensive. I got rid of the like one or two things and I gave myself a couple other things. Nothing too big. I gave Adrenaline Surge so I can cast my Biomancies easier at the beginning of combat, and I think that's really about all I changed. Yeah, I think that's about all I changed. Oh, I gave myself dance partners instead of one of the other ones to do more damage with my dancing blades. But how are you doing, Darkman? This way. Uh-oh.
Are you sure the machine spirit will listen to you? I bet they're real stubborn.
Quit your whining. I've seen tech priests do it twice. They've even brought a sensor to him. Of course they'll list alert, profane violation of the algorithm. Yeah, that's what you fucking deserve. Doing okay? That's good. It's good to be doing okay. Anything out there? There's a goods up there. Is there a way up? Down here. We gotta go back down here. Go up here because there's a chest over here we want to loot. We want to loot everything. Synth skin.
Let's see this through.
I mean, I like the armor I currently have for myself. But perhaps for her, since she can't wear armor. It's basically the exact same, except for agility. What does it say? Did it say 40? She's not gonna have 40 agility. I mean, I would, but I like having my just 10% dodge bonus plus strength bonus to my wounds. I mean, it's only 2, but when I use my one thing, it goes higher. Nice! It's almost October, though. That's probably just going to go to trade. Loot that stuff. Pasquale, go activate those.
Another battle demands our attention.
Show them no mercy.
Pasquale, you go there. You go there. Argenta, you go there. Two of us sword people will be out. Machine Spirit Companion. Yay, that actually hit. Yeah, that's why I didn't have my people charge forward. Playing some mouse and keyboard recently. ran through the first StarCraft. The first StarCraft was really good. Honestly, it's been a while since I've played that one myself. Just out of range. That's fine. Buff. Genta, move up. Worth it. Got it on sale for $8. Oh, the remaster. Yeah. I've heard good things about the remaster.
Let's make it quick.
How dare you hurt the prophetic machine? Unknown. Go ahead and scan that one. Okay, he's not dead, but he will be. Because he's about to have a third eye open on his ass. Okay. Loot everyone here. Good, I think that was everyone. I don't think there's anything else here, so... Streets of the capital, let's go. Honestly, StarCraft and StarCraft 2 are other games that I really want to play on stream. The story and stuff like that. I'm not good at them, but I love playing them. Because I spam Goliaths. It's not good game wise, but I spam Goliaths because I love them. And then for like Protoss, I spam Dragoons. Send the injured out with cannons. Like, I spammed Dragoon so much, I have a lot of their voice lines memorized, like, just stuck in my head, and it just, every now and then, I'll just be sitting at work or something, I'll just be like, I return. A young man in a planetary guard uniform salutes you. Your lordship, Private Camille Regius, ready to escort you to the command center for your meeting with the governor. I regret to say the convoy sent to meet you was ambushed and took critical losses in heavy fighting against the rebels. In other words, I'm the only survivor. However, the rebel force was destroyed as well. We can set out for the command center. The success to failure ratio of combat objectives completed for this world's military speaks to its subpar efficiency. I will advise the local ruler to seek my fraternity's aid in upgrading their troops to servitor maniples. Your uniform looks odd on you, soldier. As if it belongs on someone else. Apologies, your lordship. The soldier draws himself up and goes to adjust his gear. It's a new uniform. The guards are in a difficult situation right now, so we often get issued whatever's left. And isn't always the right size. Your mouth is full of mud, soldier. You are hiding something behind beaming hues of faith and loyalty. What is it? The soldier gulped nervously under the stern gaze of Cassia's ruby eyes. Fear, I guess? In times like these, if you give in to weakness, you're done for, and I'm not done with life just yet. How did you make it out alive if your entire convoy perished? The Emperor protected me, the soldier replies with confidence. I didn't run, your lordship, if that's what you're thinking. I was by my commander's side until the very end. I shot the last rebel from the gang that had attacked us, but alas, the captain succumbed to his wounds and the others had already died. The Emperor rests their souls. Okay, let's go to the command center. Yes, your lordship. We have to take this avenue. It leads from the starport right to the command center. It's a short walk. I don't trust you. At all. I mean, I remember what's going on here, but I never trusted you. Look for loot. Look for loot. Goods. Pascal, unlock that, please. Thank you. Lots of trade goods. There are traces of a recent battle everywhere, including bodies of planetary guard uniforms. The soldiers' bodies in the general aftermath of the battle suggest that something I couldn't read. The young man sighs. The remains of my squad. Once we've put down the rebels, they'll be given the last honors they deserve as soldiers fallen in a righteous battle. The battlefield looks highly suspicious. Half of your comrades never even had the chance to draw their weapons, and the direction of the shots as well. The attackers knew exactly what path the group would take and how large it would be. The enemy is smart and cunning. Perhaps they were watching us? I must report this to the governor. Take out my sword, pointing at him. Too many parts of your story fail to add up. I'm beginning to wonder if you're a traitor. I swear, your lordship, I may have gotten a few things mixed up from an inexperience, and that's why they don't add up. Please, let's walk to the governor's command center. I must carry out my orders. Once we get there, you can have the intelligence run a check on me if you wish. I'm a loyal soldier, and that's the truth. Do not believe him, Lord Captain. Pale green is seeping from his every word, and I know this color of deceit well. I once mistook Felix's words, so humble and full of sweetness, for sincerity. In truth, they were poison. Cassia doesn't trust you, and that's the final nail in your coffin, my friend. In times of war, it is better to execute an innocent than to have a mole in our ranks. Blast you, scum! Aurora will get you all the same. Aurora and the Final Dawn! Just a last pistol and flak vest. Yeah. I forgot they're not smart to try and get out of the way of this.
Challenging me was a mistake.
Yeah, challenging me wasn't.
Ready to die?
Are you? Okay, Argenta gets to go first. Got enemies down that way, and we have enemies down here. Argenta, rush over here. Activate run and gun. Kill that one with fire. Pull out the autocannon. My go. Oh, you shouldn't have. Okay, I'm gonna go over here. Buff myself for free. Blade dance. Jump there. Attack you for free. Kill you. Go ahead and move ourselves back. I dodged fire. Okay, Cassian, move up. Give
Isn't
me a
this
buff.
a job for the serfs?
Kill them all. God, I love how Cassian nukes.
Advancing.
10% chance to hit that. 40% chance.
Let's get to it.
Why don't you set off your own bombs?
At your beck and call.
High momentum.
Okay, move up there. And then you're gonna jump. Bullshit! That shouldn't have triggered it.
The shadows will see. Show me what you've got.
Damn it. I really do need warp speed.
That is foolishness.
Buff you. And be seen! Okay, Pasquale, move up. You know, I shoot you. There's 95% chance.
The analysis successful.
Charge to get into range. Be shoved! That didn't actually move him. I was supposed to, like, move him and then he hits something. That's bullshit. How
I bring
dare you not
mercy
actually
in
work?
retribution.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the levels I gained from the mission to get the new companion did set me a bit higher than I probably should have been. But that's what happens when they add in new fucking shit.
Marching ahead.
Lots of hand flamers that did not get to activate. Good. I don't want to deal with that.
Duty prevails.
Looking around for anything to loot.
Stay sharp.
Oh, hey, look, more rebel gunners. Yes! Swarm my AoE sword mistress, lady. That is exactly what I want you to do.
As the tenants demand. Abelard, move up. Can't charge because she's in the way. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine.
I won't do that.
I did forget to buff myself. You're right.
Army mattered.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. You think you can do anything to her? That's hilarious.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
And then acrobatic artistry to just redo everything again.
A disorganized rabble should not be capable of bringing down a world like Ryklad Minoris. Is the governor exerting every effort to restore order here? I am not
I
convinced.
highly doubt he is.
If the governor is sincere in his faith and service to the Emperor, then I am confident that he is doing everything within his power.
Okay, Pascal, get that, please. Ooh, officer's chainsword. A heretic. Yeah, that'll work. Blind madwoman. Oh, some more gunners to... Oops, I almost missed those. And down we go into the sewers, because there's more shit down here. I do really like this game. This game is fun. Alcat did really good on this one. Even before the DLC. It was good. I got distracted by shit.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
So if I go in there, I'm probably gonna get... If I remember correctly, there's like a bunch of enemies there. Yay! A level up due to taking care of traps. Let's go ahead and do that. All features, please. Let's go ahead and activate pyromancy. I mean, I could get invigorate, but I kind of want to go ahead and get pyromancy started. Psychic power. I'm not using psychic powers to deal damage. The Psyker's critical hit chance increases by 1% until the end of combat every time the Psyker deals damage by any means. I deal a lot of damage, so that could actually stack up. Melting armor would be really good. Every time the enemy suffers damage from the Psyker, that enemy's armor is reduced by 5%. It just says every time the enemy suffers damage. Each individual attack is a different set of damage. And because, like, every dance gives me 4 attacks, that's an immediate, like, minus 40 armor. That's actually really good. And then I'll, of course, take that later. But I think melting armor would be good. Features. Ignite. The target suffers 7 to 20 damage and suffers the warping effect. This attack is a 5%. The Psyker can move after using Ignite. Warping is limited. That's as far as that's going. It was either that or I take, like, Enfeeble or Invigorate. Probably take Enfeeble and then take Warp Speed. Should take next is definitely Relentless Blaze, because I want to set myself on fire, I think. Do I have to get... Okay. Do I have to get a different ability to literally to do the whole set myself on fire to set other people on fire, or is that just if I am set on fire and I melee attack, I set other people on fire? Let me see here. Yeah, okay. Yes, orchestrate flames. Okay. Definitely want to get that. I think that's the last pyromancy actual cast I want. Take half burning damage, and every melee attack an ally takes inflicts full burning damage. So I guess when I set myself on fire, I just automatically do it. We can test it in the next combat that's about to happen. Taunting Scream. Yes, I want you to draw enemies to you, please, and thank you. Let's take Combat Master, because you're supposed to be like... It will not die, give you even more HP. That would also be good. Dodge bonus would be good. Extra movement would be good. I could give you no heresy, but I kinda... Take Stronger Together to just buff something of everybody. I don't remember what his is. Let me check that real quick. Yeah, it's... Where do I... Origin. Okay. Humanity's Finest. What did you choose? toughness. Increase everybody's toughness by 5. I don't think that's good, so I won't take that. Instead, could take what characteristic training, weapon skill, increases weapon skill by 2. Combat master. I'll take combat master because if I'm going to be doing that, I'm going to try to get him surrounded a lot, which means combat master is needed. Rapid fire. It's either that or concentrated fire. That's what I'm thinking of. I don't care about controlled shot. The next range attack deals 100% damage and has an additional plus 20% dodge reduction. Actually, I think I'll take that over rapid fire. Doubles the rate of fire. I actually like concentrated fire. Nah, fucking rapid fire, let's go. Awareness. Lasting impression. I think that's what I want. Yeah. This bonus. What's this command? It's just once somebody gets buffed, they get like half buff for like the rest of it until she uses it again. I actually kind of like that. But let's see what else is here. Just in case. And 10% additional damage from any source of warp damage. Unless the fire counts as warp damage, that's not good right now. It does? You think it does? I mean, it would also just help with her damage, so I guess I can take that, yeah. Fellowship. We'll find out. If not, it still ups her damage. Yeah, but I mean, it's called Warp Burn, but is the damage you do by attacking that, like, because when you attack, you conflict burn onto people. Transfer it, I think, because that's the whole point of it. You set yourself on fire and then you attack them. We'll find out. We'll find out. Oh, okay. Exploit on any. I don't think his perception bonus is 10 or higher. I want to go ahead and give him the plasma or Melta weapon expert. But I don't have a good plasma or Melta weapon thing for him. I just give everybody a 2% chance. A 2% good chance. That's good. I can't take either more logic or tech use. Medicare. Yeah. No, give you awareness. Okay, you. Give you blood oath. Oath of vengeance. Give you blood oath. Trying to think here. Blood Oath restores an additional 1 AP. Yeah, sure, I'll take that. So you can definitely. Okay, now to continue this. Disarm the trap. Disarm the trap. Now you run back and disarm this trap.
I better myself through my service.
Yeah, you did.
Let's seize the moment.
Let's go ahead and drop a save just to make sure everything goes fine. On his journey across the world, caught in the throes of a heretical insurgency, the Lord Captain accidentally witnessed an unholy rite that transpired in one of the maintenance rooms of an aqueduct. This abandoned nook turned out to be a heretics' gathering place for performing their grim and profane acts. The large group of rebels stood frozen in patient anticipation, all staring into the center of the room. No one moved. Only the murmur of hushed voices echoed against the metal walls. Abelard gets a Thunderhammer? Yeah. I like giving Abelard a Thunderhammer. the rebels were unremarkable in appearance. They were dressed in the shabby clothing of abject rabble, spoke of in coarse voices, and had repulsive faces. But what caught the Lord Captain's attention was the look of strange, almost sinister anticipation in their eyes. This was no gathering of loud blasphemers or bored idlers. Only occasionally would they exchange brief, unintelligible remarks. As they stood in frozen circles, their gazes turned towards the hulking structure in the center of the room. Bulky power transformers, cogitators, crates, and voxcasters took up most of the space. Against their background, the structures in the center stood out oddly. An enormous lens mounted on a stand. It caught the thin sunbeams that made their way through the slits in the ceiling and across the half-lit room. Peer into the darkness. Although barely visible behind the closed ranks of the insurgents, the rusted barrels with evidently flammable contents had not escaped the Lord Captain's keen eye. One good shot in those barrels would decimate a number of the heretics on Rykad Minoris. I observe what's happening. As if commanded by a grim unseen force, the insurgents fell silent at once and, in a single movement, parted. A thick, sickly silence filled the room. The heretics' gaze were turned toward a metal structure with a lens on top of it. Standing tall in the middle of the circle was of melted candles. Piles of books and unholy symbols drawn on the floor. The structure flashed as a single sunray illuminated it. Okay, I didn't know if it was or not. I will change that once I get the chance to. I'm just gonna... Basically, bad things happen. Okay. Options. Sound. Music to 60. Or 70. Let's hope that that does a bit better. Yeah, no one said anything last time, so I wasn't entirely sure. I thought it might be. I get more dodge when I'm not in cover. Fuck yeah.
Out of my way! Be my great works, masters!
Haha. Okay, Cassia. You just move up a little bit. And buff me. Please and thank you. Everyone else is out of range, it's fine.
Serve the ruinous powers.
Death to the weak!
I mean, how does it know that I can dodge your fire? How does it feel knowing I can dodge your flames? Pascal, run over here. Worth. Go ahead and analyze that enemy. And then expose his weakness. Just because, I mean, it gives me a chance to use shit. Move up here, just to get out of people's... What the fuck damaged me? I got a fresh injury from something. I don't know what. Iron armed, increased stuff. And then I set myself on fire, correct? That's how it works? I use ignite on myself. That's how I'm supposed to do this? I haven't played a pyromancer. Yes? Okay. Dance macabre.
That's how it's done.
I have one death from above.
Death to non-believers!
Crush the feeble.
Abelard, run this way. And go ahead, charge into cover. No one's in range of that. That's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Oh, it's the steam vent. I see that now. Okay.
Chaos guides me.
I am your doom.
Yes, come closer to me. That's exactly what I want. I don't have warp speed yet, so... Did you just summon a fucking pink horror or something?
Serve the ruinous powers.
No, he sacrificed somebody to that thing, though. Argenta, move forward.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, you did summon a pink horror, okay. Charge over there to get kind of out of everybody's line of sight. Cassia, move forward. Abelard, get buffed. Okay, that does not look like it hits our... Okay, this one doesn't look like it hits Argenta.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Haha. The most important talents you will want are Body of Flame in order to lessen the damage yourself. Sparks of the Greater Flame allows all dots to crit, and Relentless Blaze, which prevents burn from taking away momentum and increases psi rating by 1 and resolve by 2. Okay, got it. I looked at some of them, but I hadn't noticed all of them. Gave me like a 0% chance to hit there, and I said, fuck you, I hit.
Poised for action.
Leap. That was bullshit. That should have hit.
I bring ruin.
Chaos guides me.
Yes, come closer to me. What was that supposed to achieve? No, seriously, what the fuck was that supposed to achieve? You just ran up and blew up your friend, but didn't damage me at all.
Indeed.
I clicked to damage. Okay, fine. That's fine.
Grey hair, sure hair.
High momentum.
Oh, you poor fool, you're attacking my guy. That's not gonna go well for you. I wish we had more fucking speed and people came closer to me. How does it feel to know that your lightning did nothing to me? Okay, that one did some damage.
High momentum.
Okay, Argenta, I need you to go there. I fucked that up, but it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Trust me. As honor ordains.
Bleed! Him a bit. Squall. Up.
My vow is
No, fuck. I meant to click this one. Damn it. And healed me a little bit.
Just a minor setback.
I'm sure Argenta wouldn't mind, you know, sacrificing for my health. In case anyone survives.
I will do my
Which
duty.
they will. Okay, Kibba. I mean, I know you have a go to attack him, but
I shall not fail.
good job. Haha. You burst fire, bitch. Reset myself on fire using her thing. Pascal, go chase down those guys over there. They will know fear.
Contemplate your weakness.
Is it only a % chance to spread warp flame? According to theory crafting, bio plus pyro is the way to go. Hey, Genta, time to run over here. Dash. Only 11% chance, but one hit, that's fine. Be seen!
High momentum.
Okay, Pasquale. Just bonk him. Worth.
The archenemy's foul fingerprints are all over this place. A nest of wickedness. The heretics met the only end possible. Death at the hands of faithful servants of the Emperor.
Yeah, I've taken a bit of damage, so I'm gonna have to... Do I care about the fresh injury? No, they only have a few fresh injuries, so it shouldn't be too much of a worry. Do. Sermon. Pascal, unlock that for me. Plus 15% armor against warp damage. That just goes up. Don't want that. Leader of the cultists, salute him. Whenever the wearer kills 2 or more enemies with a single attack, the attack does not spend all of the wearer's MP. That's good, but... Cogitator. This is just another exit. Right. That's the exit I want to use. Because the whole thing with Pyro is supposed to be that basically you set, you know, you're able to spread the flames, because that's another dot that you put on to other people. Which triggers with, you know, everything Executioner does.
Onward to victory.
Underhive rabble. I never noticed that one before. The symbol of Zinch on the ground there.
Our prayers are different, but I notice similarity in our attitudes towards ministry. It unites us.
You are right. Only we know what it is to pray to our intercessor at an altar in our struggle to protect
used to work,
those
but
close
wondering
to
if the
us,
dot is
to be
bugged or
their
they still-
spiritual shield.
It would be good to find out. Tell me something, Minikassia. Do you truly see the undying one's light in the darkness between stars? Amid the boundless terror of the Sea of Souls, resistant light is akin to a great burning heart. I see it beating in the darkness, and I know I can find my path. Does she respond? Nope.
Shall suffer
A herald
your
of
foul
Zinch.
taint.
Honestly, just... why the fuck did you do that? Fucking idiot. Okay. Okay, Argenta move there. Unload everything into those guys. Worth. Activate that. Swap over to Flamer. Okay, I guess that overrode it. That. And then burn that last one. Foul corruption. Herald of Zinch is very annoying. I will go over here. Activate that. Okay, what's the confusion?
How do you like this?
Let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
So melee attacks don't actually spread the burn. They deal fire damage equal to the burn damage. You get a power later on that allows you to spread burns to enemy near you. Ah, okay. So I have to keep an eye out for that power, is what you're saying.
Time to slaughter someone. Let's get to it.
Okay, Pascal, move there. Put you in cover.
Let's get to it. Let's make it quick.
Doo-doo.
Out of my way. Hold on.
Stop running away, you bitch!
It will be done.
Let's get to it.
Scared yet?
Are they gonna attack the fucking... Underhive Ravel does not give a shit. I love it. The two most important powers are Orchestrate Flame, which allows you to not have to worry about losing the burn because it won't go out, and Firestorm, which allows you to spread the burn. Okay, so I need to get those two. And Firestorm is an actual cast, right?
Trust me. Killing brings me no pleasure. As the tenets demand.
Huh, he didn't take over those people. Odd. Well,
The shadows will see it done.
nearby, anyone? Yeah. Worth it to try.
Let's make it quick.
Yes, under Hive Rabble. Swarm that Herald of Zinch. Okay, now they were taken over. Dash there. Of course, he's right out of fucking range. Of course he would be. Why wouldn't he?
Let's get to it.
On in,
Yeah, once I get built, that'll probably be what happens with me, is I just end up going out and being like, and I'm off on my own thing, doing my own thing. He is still right in a section I can't target, and it annoys the shit out of me.
Quick.
I mean, sure. Argenta is laughing like that good. Yeah, until she gets Arch Militant and some other stuff. I get a shit ton of attacks, they just fucking 90% of them miss. I mean, honestly... Expose weakness. Joint analysis. Really, Pascal? Okay. Why did he get to go so soon? Oh,
Faith without deeds is worthless.
there, and then charge.
Victory is imminent.
And you get multiple movement buffs when you other people kill, which allows you to do that. And we got a level up out of this. Yay! That's exactly what I was hoping for. Another level up. I mean, if we can't loot the cultist or the demon, at least we can fucking gain a level. That's a thing to give to Argento when she, you know, is going to be swapping back and forth between multi-shot and single shot. Or to my, you know, Eldar sniper waifu. Okay, let's level up. Weapon skill? Yes. Medicae. This isn't one that fully fucking matters. Because it's just stat bonuses. Although I can't give her any more agility or ballistic skill. So perception. Though strength could also be good. What's her strength at? I might take strength. I'm gonna give her the heavy weapon expertise thing so that she can wield it with less. But I think I still have to give her some strength, so do that. And then your thing here, where's the heavy weapon? I already did that. Heavy weapon proficiency. Minus 25. Some of them are actually, you know, heavy. Characteristic training, ballistic skill. Bolt weapon expertise. Can't do that yet. Well, I mean, I could, but... Just a 3% chance to ignore any enemy attack. That could be good. Increase your ballistic skill. Officer. I want to use her one things. Yes, Warp Curse Unleashed, that's what I like. All incoming warp damage is increased by 22%, and other types of incoming damage are increased by 11%. At the start of their turn, the enemy closest to them also becomes cursed. Debuff. Perilous Ways could also be good. Spread the when use the curse thing, spread it around, and anyone who survives that is cursed takes more damage. But I could also look at other stuff. I think Perilous Ways is what I want. Or Mastery of Time. No. Give her more movement. That's always good. Or Ebb and Flow. More movement or Ebb and Flow. I think that's what I want to go for. Every even turn gets an additional action point. Every odd turn gains 20 perception. More movement also for other people. That's good. I like that. Because that's one of the issues I always run into, especially during the beginning, is I need to get people closer, and it's hard to do. I think I'm going to take Overcharge Protocols. I know there's a plasma rifle when we're, like, at some point that we get when we're, like, leaving the planet in, like, a chest somewhere along the path. Get that just to prepare for that. Agility. Why do you have acrobatic artistry? It's like 2 plasma pistols along the way, too. True. And I mean, one of the planets I'll be going to after we get done with the one planet after this, I do know, is the Forge planet, and I do know you get a good. There's a pretty good named Melta that you can get from that. Couldn't remember where the rifle was. Couldn't find it. Yeah, I'm hoping I can find it because I really like having that.
Keep your senses keen.
Ah, goods. You know, going up this way basically puts me behind enemy lines.
Another battle demands our attention.
I'll bleed you dry.
Keep your guard up.
I am your blade and shield, as honor ordains.
Yes, spread the blood.
They won't expect this.
Haha.
Hold on. Let's get to it.
Gento. Go ahead and move there. 'Cause then you're gonna run over there and disarm that. Next chance you get. A little bit of damage, that's fine.
Time to slaughter someone.
Come on, I need you guys to get closer to me. Pasquale. If only there was an Overwatch mechanic. Haha.
Let's get to it. Show me what you've got.
Let's make it quick.
Warp Chaos Unleashed.
Out of my way.
Ah! Bella, I want you to go down this way.
Come. The other side awaits.
All the blood. Oh my god, she can leap up to there.
No.
I'm just gonna trigger the trap. It did not trigger. What the fuck? Okay, Cassia. Move up, because you're about to AoE a bunch of people, I guess? Or no, Argenta's turn. Still gonna AoE a decent amount of people.
Scared yet?
No. Honestly, I think I've become... It doesn't take into account elevation. Yeah, and that is hilarious.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Let's get to it. Time to slaughter someone.
Cassia.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may.
Let's get to it.
Honestly, Assassin's got that side covered.
I shall not.
I'll do it.
Meow.
Show me what you've got.
And it's starting to spread. Good. Good, 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 good. Oh, you fool.
Scared yet?
Worth.
Trust me.
Meow. Meow. Ah.
Rejoice in battle!
I think that was the easiest I've ever had that. Fight. Wish it worked with the arc rifle. Yeah, if it I wish a lot more of his stuff also worked with like it said Melta or plasma or, you know, specific AdMech weaponry. Examine it. The anti-air was constructed a long time ago, long before the colonization of this world began. It comes as no surprise that the insurgents were barely able to operate it. Modern arms protocol are incomprehensible to the machine spirits of such an ancient construction. Destroy it. The blast consumes the ancient weapon. The sky above the city is safe for flying again. Yay! That's exactly what I wanted. Let's go loot all the corpses. And all the boxes that are around here. Standard bolter and helm of determination. Iconoclast. Where the helm gains plus 10 armor. The helm also grants bonus to fellowship equal to 2. Might put that on. More armor would be good. Argenta, go disarm that trap, please. Yep. Look at this. Me. What do I have? Logic plus 3. I could easily trade this onto it. Yeah, plus 6% armor. Sniper gloves. I want to save that for what's her name? Whenever the wearer kills 2 or more enemies with a single attack, the attack does not spend all the wearer's MP. I could put that on. She's going to be using AoE attacks. You don't have a cloak, go ahead and put that on.
Let's see this through. Challenging me was a mistake.
Oh yeah, there were people over there
Surrender
too.
to the dark powers!
Listen, you guys are fucking dead. You're just dead. There's nothing that you can do. You're all dead.
Out of my way! Death to non-believers!
Yes, bunch up. That's exactly what I want. Worth.
Chaos guides me!
Yes, keep coming closer to me.
This goes against the tenets.
Oh, it's on cooldown. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with the jump. It sometimes just glitches like that.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Yeah, how's that working out for you, buddy?
Didn't see that one coming, did you? Let's set this in motion.
Okay, my jumps are really starting to glitch out here, and it's annoying as shit. I mean, why'd you have to go and do that, man? Why'd you have to go and blow yourself up like that? All you did was kill your friend. Kind of like that. Select everything. To a warehouse. Ooh. I want to go into a warehouse. Mesh vest. Heretical. Oh, that's gonna be fucking sold. Oh wait, no, warehouse is down there, isn't it? Yeah, never mind. That was the sewers. That wasn't a warehouse. I guess I'm just an idiot. Hey, we're back here. Double check. There's nothing over there. Awareness 100. The shuttle must have been shot out of the sky by a powerful weapon before it crashed into the building, fell into the crowded street. Yeah, and we already took care of that. Pascal, unlock that. Thank you. Continue on. The only issue with leaving, like, trading out the Eldar for Pascal is, or trading out Pascal for the Eldar is I'm going to be missing my big tech person. That's the only real thing that I'm, like, super not comfy with. But I want to have her. I remember this place. It's a shit ton of traps. And a single body on the other side.
See? Right there. The Emperor favors me today.
But every trap is experience.
Duty prevails.
I don't know how much, but it is experience.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Ancient Terra Monocle. Whereas Lore Imperium tests depend on fellowship instead of intelligence and gain up to 3 points. I did not do that. Fuck it, I'm doing that. I don't care. You call it heresy, I call it being a decent fucking person. Fuck xenophobia. I know that is heresy to everyone else, but fuck xenophobia. I like the Eldar. I want a Tau companion. Also because then that means we would get Tau weaponry, and I want a fucking railgun. Some 10 people, children among them, are huddled together in fear. You see that half of them have black holes where their eyes should be. Some maintain a gloomy silence, others are wailing. Several armed insurgents are carefully watching over the terrified hostages, snapping every now and then at someone for shaking too much or crying too loudly. Come to your senses, Ireland. Look what you're doing to your own family. A woman about 60, gray hair, still strong, is kneeling before a stocky man with a thick, pure white beard, stretching her arms towards him. Take pity on us, let us go. Stop talking and embrace redemption. Our children have gained true sight while you still believe the lie. Upon seeing you, the man points his weapon at you. The other insurgents do the same. Who are you, and why are you here? Honestly, Tau make a lot more sense than a rogue trader going against Chaos Space Marines. Are all these people your family? All of my adopted and blood children are here. I raised them all as my own, and now I must protect them, help them see. His mind and soul are pierced by shards of a colorful deception. Hues once twisted by despair and the Immaterium's influence can never be the same again. Pasquale's Vox hisses furiously. Layperson, cognition is not your primary function. You are saving your kin by holding them at gunpoint and believe that burning their eyes will grant them sight. It is evident that the author of the demagogic teachings that confuse you meant to make a mockery of your deplorable intellect. Abelard's face turns a deep red. To cast your own children into the thrall of heresy. To drown your progeny in this filth with your own hands! I don't mean as enemies necessary, just that it makes more sense to see Tau than Chaos for a rogue trader. Well, honestly, the thing is, anywhere humans are, you're going to see Chaos, so it makes sense to see Chaos. A lot of people have said it would make less sense to see Tau here because they're in a completely different part of the galaxy. But but from what I have seen and heard from other people, there are expeditions that have made it this far of the Tau. So you could have at least, maybe an expeditionary fleet of Tau show up, and then you have, I don't know, you either rescue one or something. I don't know, something to get, an actual Tau. And I don't mean a Kroot. I mean an actual Tau. A Kroot would be cool, don't get me wrong, but an actual Tau would be awesome. No. No, you tell me? Who are you and what are you doing to these unfortunates? I'm the chief. My former name is Arlid. Is meaningless now. I am a father leading his family to the deliverance from woes, to salvation. Aurora has opened my eyes to the truth, and my children will see it. Arlid, spare us! Spare your children! What you are doing is no salvation. Stop taking your fear out on the innocent. It will neither ease your suffering nor rid you of fear. But all I wanted was to save... The man drops his weapon and covers his face with his hands in desperation. You hear several short sobs. There's no washing the blood from your hands, but you could at least let us go, Arlid. The ones you haven't mutilated yet. The old man gestures to the other insurgents who lower their weapons. Then he shifts his gaze to you, trying to hold back tears. What happens to us now? I kind of want to do Dogmatic because I don't trust him, but at the same time I do want to go farther in Iconoclast. A little bit of Dogmatic is good. I mean, they're messing with Chaos. Messing with Chaos is very, very not good. He could be he's easily already corrupted, for all we know. So, kill the old man. Your family will be taken care of. As for you, I condemn you to death. The old man's body falls to the ground. As soon as the hostages see it, they start moving faster and soon disappear around the bend. Not having a gun and having to walk over and slash the man. I think the last time I did like an actual just like only chose dogmatic, but or iconoclast, not dogmatic. A bolt pistol and 2 frag grenades. I mean, I will gladly take that, no problem. Level up! Okay. Let's see here. What was the thing? Was it just was it an actual cast? I thought it wasn't. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. I mean, burning blood would be good. And the Psyker is burning. Damage from fire no longer reduces the Psyker's momentum. I do want that, yes, but... Was that one that makes it so I don't stop burning? Is that an actual, like, cast? It's a power? Ah, okay. It's not a talent. So then I'll take Relentless Blaze. Increases my Psi rating by 1, my Resolve by 2, and damage from fire no longer reduces my momentum. Burning blood will be good when I get to Executioner and I fucking can bleed myself. Though then that becomes an issue if I choose that one upgrade that makes it so all my dots heal me instead of damage me, because then that wouldn't trigger. So it would be a choice between, do I take this or that? I think I would rather take that than Burning Blood, to be perfectly honest. 6 damage deflection against the first attack made by every enemy this combat. By this combat, I don't like that. Charge and push increases damage of ranged attacks made against affected enemies by 10% until the end of combat. Does not stack. That's good because he can help other people deal more damage. And then Medicaid. Demolition engineer would be good. And muzzle velocity. I plan to do that, so that works. Go ahead and do flame weapon expert. Something she'll need later when I get a heavy flamer. Perilous ways might be what I want. Undam the Sea of Souls. Lowered armor again. Yeah, sure. Finish target. Tide of Excellence. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains 1 damage and 2 armor penetration until the end of combat. Continuous analysis. That'd be good. Open the veins and then wounds streaming blood would be good. Especially with me going that as well. Disable the... Grab the goods. That noise makes, I'm pretty sure that would probably be something where I could be like, hey, there's an item here on this body, but I apparently failed the awareness check. That's the command center. Have I checked everything? I'm pretty sure I've been everywhere. To the command center!
Venture forth.
What are all these enforcers and soldiers doing in this shelter? Why are they not on the streets fighting back against the enemies of humanity?
That is a good question.
I presume it is because the governor does not wish to be without his personal guard, even behind the meter-thick walls of his bunker. Typical.
The painfully thin tech priest turns sharply towards you. The sudden movement makes his chrome augmetics briefly clang. His gray eyes set under furrowed brows almost blend into the pale skin of his face, and he levels you with a heavy, dour stare. Identification. Unit Logis Quartz Crave. Official trade representative of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. The unit supervises supply routes in the Rykat system, ensures the security of the combat arsenal, performs commercial transactions, and secures mutually beneficial contracts. When the tech priest notices Pascal, his eyes widen. His Vox unit immediately lets out a string of screeching binaric, a tortuously long tirade in which the volume rises and falls seemingly at random. When it's finally over, the omniscious servant bows his head in deference. Unit Quartz Crane requests permission to transfer information. The rogue trader possesses a supreme degree of power, the potential to influence current leadership, the ability to restore order in the Rykat system. Show me your arsenal. I accept the commercial transaction. Yep, profit factor. I understand all this. Yes. Give me the multi-key. And that. Things are supposed to add to cargo. I already have a standard pulsar, so don't need a second one. gonna be good to add on to what's his name, so that's good. See how much I get for this. Puts me to 2, which allows me to get these things. Oh, my profit factor's too low. That's fine, that's fine. I get a plasma pistol. That's my 2. I think you're one of the ones I like upping my reputation with. Sort by type. That's easier. 3 Mechanicus creations. That'll get me to 3,000 easily. Ship components. Don't have any hair. I can do 2 holy gifts. I don't need to increase it anymore because I can't get any more than that, and I need to increase my profit factor to get some of these things. So I can get like the Ceramite Stormtrooper Carapace, Modified Lasgun, and Stabilizing Bracers. Stabilizing Bracers would be really good. But for now, that's all I needed. Let me see here. The wearer did not spend movement points during their turn. They get 10 to all their characteristics next turn. Save that for Sniper because that's good. Needle Ring. Those never work, so just go ahead and get that away. Bolt pistol. No. So tempted to confiscate this inheritance. That's up to you. Psychic Body Glove, I can give that to you. Because basically exactly like what you have, except it also gives you ignore the first critical hit damage in combat. Pasquale! Here's a plasma pistol. Enjoy. And then Argenta. 7 to 12, 4 shots. Or the stolen autocannon heavy. 4 to 6, 20 armor penetration. I think I did give her the increased bolter, so let's go ahead and just swap that. And then I don't need the autocannon. Put those in the cargo. And you're basically my medic as well. You're giving yourself one asshole move. I mean, you are the rogue trader. If it helps everyone, then it helps everyone. Me having more money helps people because then I can get more stuff from traders. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, Governor, hello. The tall, dark-skinned man turned towards you and greets you in a curt, military manner. Faisal Raikad ad Medef Kronos, Governor of this star system. Welcome to my temporary headquarters. The man gazed full to Abelard, his eyes slightly narrow. We're Syrian. Abelard nods dryly. Governor Medina, my greetings. The governor's expression changes drastically when he sees Cassia. Lady Navigator! What an honor! I never thought that House Orcelio would grace our world with a visit. I only wish I could have received you under different circumstances. Cassia purses her lips, and an echo of grief knocks the wind out of those present. House Orcelio is grateful for the support you have provided Eric V these many years. The governor notices Cabela's clothes. His eyes go wide. He adds softly and cautiously, this woman, she is your bodyguard, I presume? Or is she here to... He stops, choosing not to finish his question. I'm not seeing the convoy I sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find and escort you? If that is so, I promise you their punishment will be swift and severe. The convoy was ambushed and massacred. The only surviving soldier turned out to be a traitor and was personally executed by me. That is an outrage! I will have the personnel vetted procedure changed immediately. The slightest suspicion will be grounds for arrest. Your Lordship, before we proceed with discussing the matters that are of interest to you, there is a question I feel compelled to ask. It was only recently that Lady Theodora was the head of House on Valancius. I've received no word of her demise. How is it that now you are the rogue trader? I should be the one asking that question. Our ship was attacked by heretics. They killed Lady Theodora. The governor frowns and a deep shadow falls over his face. Rogue trader von Valancius? Slain? Unthinkable! Please accept my deepest and most sincere condolences, Your Lordship. Do not hesitate to let me know how I might be of help. I need fresh crew to replace those killed in the attack on the ship, and I need material compensation. The governor bows his head in acceptance. Of course, Your Lordship. You will be compensated for any losses, and I'll see to it personally that your ship's holds are filled with the finest goods from my personal reserves. Yay to your profit factor. Abelard nods in approval and remarks quietly, Excellent, Your Lordship. Rogue trader has no use for leniency. I can offer you several thousand fine, obedient servants. However, I'm sad to inform you that I won't be able to do it until we've dealt with the insurgency on the planet. I'm sure you won't have to wait long. This rabble will soon be duly punished for their heretical scheming. I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malgar. He and his soldiers valiantly defend the starport. The sergeant who managed to impress a person of such noble standing will be commended for decoration. Are you so confident that you can crush the insurrection soon? My own impression has been the exact opposite. Is that so? The governor maintains his composure. I'd like to hear your reasoning. The insurgents are using the arch-enemy's artifacts, enchanted lenses to perform unholy sorcery. I've heard about these lenses. What makes you think they're enchanted? Any fool can light a fire with a magnifying glass. This is no sorcery. Dude, if I'm telling you it's sorcery, it's fucking sorcery. Scores of crazed people with scorched eyes are stalking the city. The insurgents are maiming their own? Good. Oh my god, when you're this is an asshole. This is like the dumbness. It's like, okay, you're dealing with a thing where chaos is real and ritual shit has power. So if people start burning out their eyes, that's a fuck, we need to move to DEFCON 4. The insurgents talk of a final dawn, the impending demise of the world. Yet another superstition. Surely you don't expect me to believe it. Do you believe in chaos, my good sir? Because if you believe in chaos, as you fucking should, that it exists, because we fight it all the fucking time, yes, I expect you to believe shit like that. Any question should be grounds for check it the fuck out. And put it down if it turns out to actually be something. I can see it's not within my power to convince you. Let's change the subject. Of course, you're a dumbass. Henris von Caloxian, interrogator of the Most Holy Inquisition, is operating in the system. Do you know where he is? I'm not even going to say this. He's not going to fucking have anything. The governor lowers his voice. I do. Master von Calox has left for the hollowed electrodynamic Cenobium. I like saying that, Cenobium. It is an ancient monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, insurgent activity has been observed in the monastery's vicinity. But I suppose that is too petty a problem for an agent of the Most Holy Inquisition. Besides, I have already sent a small detachment to reinforcements there. The weapon the insurgents are using to shoot down shuttles over the city has been destroyed. Now nothing is preventing you from returning to your ship. If you wish to find Master von Calox, you should go to the Cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Notes of anxiety creep into the voice that rattles from Pascal's Vox. On behalf of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Hanomian, am officially initiating my participation in the operation. I must inspect the state of the relic and assure myself that it is under zero risk of falling into heretic hands. According to the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation, my tech comrades were supposed to lock the monastery gates against lay people and activate the traps. I deem it optimal that an ordained Magos should provide his assistance. I categorically object. The governor clenches his fist. As much as I respect the sanctity of your monastery, I have on my hands a whole capital that needs to be attended by the Omnissiah's servants. We have lost many eminent tech priests. Incidentally, one of them perished in that same monastery. Mechanical failures could occur at any moment. Putting it bluntly, you may consider yourself forcibly recruited into the city's defense forces. Medina and Pascal glare at each other, their unyielding gazes like crossed swords. This Magos is a part of my retinue. You have no right to give him orders. You mistake me for a fool. I know that he arrived separately from you, and I would bet my life that no... The governor's voice dies down to a low growl of a drilling mechanites. Its tip is directed straight at the bridge of his nose. Medina clears his throat and grumbles stubbornly. So this is the negotiating techniques you've resorted to. Do you think this is the first time I've been threatened with a weapon? No, but this could be your last. Pascal's voice is akin to sounding produced by his drilling implement, steady and calm, but ready to explode at a moment's notice, with the crunching of bone and the squelching of tearing flesh. I am heading to the monastery because I must. Is that clear? The governor mutters through gritted teeth. Abundantly so, Magos. It would be my pleasure to assist the Omnissiah's servant in reaching the sanctum. Thank you for your cooperation, your lordship. The drill stops. As compensation for your consideration of my request, I, Magos Helimon, officially undertake to accompany you in the Rykad system in the role of bodyguard and to protect you at all costs until your life functions cease, but only within the limits of the Rykad system. You're Hunamon? Glad you're alive. The governor raises his eyebrows and stares at the tech priest in surprise, but refrains from further commentary. What has you perplexed about my companion's name? The governor looks at Pascal with curiosity. According to the reports we received, Logus Ebel Hanuman set off for the hollowed electrodynamic Cenobium a short while before it was stormed. I'm glad to find out that you're safe. Perhaps you possess information on Master von Kalox? Pascal's vox rasps in confusion. My name is Pascal Hanuman, not Abel. I know nothing about such a person. Where can I get more information on this individual? I would have suggested that you inspect the esteemed Logos' sanctum, but it was destroyed by the rebels. We recovered several data crypts and connected them to the cogitators at the command post. They might provide you with some information. It is amazing that a mechanical voice from a Vox sounds so confused. That name might have been used as a signal intelligible only to its intended recipient. In that case, its bearer might be Archmagos Amarnat, initiating an investigation and data collection procedure. I see. Glad to be of service, your lordship. Okay, what do you have on my kinsman Conrad Voitiver von Valancius has betrayed our dynasty and the Imperium. If he is hiding in the system, I want him handed over to me. Voitiver, a traitor? Why, any family, however noble, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him should we find him within my jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I have no information regarding his location. However, the governor pauses to think. We have a cogitator here at the command center. It's connected to a data crypt from the Logos Abel's sanctum. It's aggregated all the Lex Mechanic reports. Unfortunately, the access prayer for it is unknown to me. If you manage to convince the stubborn machine, you might learn something about Conrad's movements. I'd hazard he fled from you on a ship, not on a pair of wings. Okay, that's everything I wanted to say. Bye, asshole. This cogitator looks a lot older and more worn than the ones next to it. However, it has evidently been well cared for. Numerous parts have been replaced, not a single key is jammed, and fresh seals with prayers to the Omnissiah adorn its surface. One of the side panels has been removed. Bundles of golden notched cables run from inside to a small data crypt, which was connected only a short while ago. The screen reads, awaiting access code. Force access to the cogitator. You have bypassed the security layers. The cogitator is ready to reveal its secrets. Pascal leans forward and runs his fingers over the keys. The cogitator screen blinks and responds with strings of unknown characters. I appeal to the machine spirit to open Logos Abel's personal archives as well. It has accepted my request. Go to the personal archive. I cannot see the secret design, but I can sense it, shackled in stasis. The mind of the initiated are slumbering in the neural harnesses of their vows. I am registering an impulse of change. I surmise a potential influence on the stasis of the secret design. There came a time when the spiral was turned into a circle, but the cycle can be discontinued. Yay! The revelation granted by the Omnissiah to Logos Abel in the course of his data meditation has been recorded verbatim. Logos Abel is seeking an audience with the venerable Dar Impulse 6, who may assist in interpreting the revelation. A request has been sent to the governor's palace for a shuttle flight to the electrodynamic Cenobium. A message has also been sent to the Furbolus system. The cycle can be discontinued. I recognize these words. The voice from the Vox is soft and pensive, barely audible over the static noises. I believe I know the intended recipient of the message in the Verbundus system. It was me. Oh, Messiah, grant me the wisdom to fathom this mystery. Sacred Computation 7825M. Upon Logos Abel's orders, the archive of every augur station in Rykad Minoris and the 2 primary satellites of Rykad Star have been queried. Said satellites are named Magos Mafir and Zephyr the Keen, after 2 great champions of faith, whose external cogitators were placed inside the satellite's cores after their shells perished. The purpose of the sacred computation requested by the Logos is to uncover the external influence behind the ongoing insurgency. Computation result: positive. Multiple instances of interference and malfunction detected, suggesting that ships moving across the system deliberately blinded the sacred augur's eyes. The first of these ships is thought to have arrived 2 Rykad Minoris cycles ago, early in the winter. The most recent run arrived a month ago. Logos Abel's conclusion: the insurrection on the planet has been long in the making, with the participation of external actors. It is alleged that 2 cycles ago, Aurora arrived in the Rykad system, the rumored unholy prophet of the insurgents. The subsequent ship movements can be attributed to weapon deliveries. But what is the nature of their activity near Rykad Philia? Governor Menda's attention must be drawn to... The final entry comes off abruptly. Recent observations. The satellite Magos Mara reports that the ship has translated into the system. Its signature is consistent with the records of the flagship of rogue trader dynasty House von Valancius. The satellite Zephyr the Keen reports that a ship drifting nearby has hurriedly sped away. The ship had sent an encrypted Vox transmission to the insurgent-controlled areas of the surface of Rykad Minoris. Another transmission was directed towards planetoid Rykad Philia. Both transmissions were signed Brother Twilight. Their contents could not be decrypted. To be investigated. The entry contains planetside coordinates marked as Heavy Augur Station jamming, possibly a hidden insurgent base. Return to the void ship. Back to the bridge. See if anything's happening with my companions. If nothing's happening, I can at least check the trade people from the one guy. Ba, 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 ba. Big just informed me about a problem with servitors. What's happening? Not yet, not yet. Do you have a full heretic trophy now? I have 2. leave miscellaneous alone because we might find someone who can trade that better. Grab everything! Stabilizing bracers and the modified lasgun. That's all I can do for now. Let me see here. Abelard, you're the only one that uses charge. You get the boots. Stalker gloves on you because you use ranged attacks. Oh no, you use run and gun, so I'd rather have you have that because you run and gun. Yes. Yeah, the soul pattern chain sword is better than the officer's chain sword. So we'll get that. Don't need the power maul. Add to cargo. Because I already have one. The Unquenchable Fury. Horse pattern axe. Just in case. Don't need the auto gun. Don't need the las gun. Don't need the officer's chain sword. Fencing body glove. Gives you dodge and parry. That gives parry. It's better armor, but you also get a dodge penalty off of that, so I'd rather have that. Rid of that. That I can put onto the one lady because I plan to have her be sword and gun. Even though I'm not going to use her much, I might be forced to use her at some point, so it's always good to keep something. I don't know if your thing counts as a area attack, but you do have cleave, so that works. And I don't know if your one thing counts as an area attack. That's fine. technically give myself Inferno instead of the Silent Verdict and put that in like a thing, but I'd rather keep it for now. Give myself 2 more medkits. I do have Pasquale here, so let's inform me about the problem with the servitors. What happened? You see, your lordship, the ship's servitors have been malfunctioning of late. They violate protocols, interrupt their tasks, observe crew members for long periods of time, and move erratically with no meaning or purpose. Generous Denrock nervously pulls on his luxurious frock coat as if it were uncomfortably tight. Had it been a routine technical fault, I would have decided the fate of those servitors myself, but I deemed it necessary to notify you. I do not wish to hide such irregularities from the Lord Captain. If you wish to observe the servitors' unusual behavior before you decide their fate, this can be arranged. The majority of the defective units can be delivered to one of the storage compartments pending your decision. Pasquale Huneman expressed the desire to be present during the inspection, should it be carried out. I suppose the expertise of the esteemed Magos may come in handy. Yeah, let me take a look before deciding their fate. As you wish, your lordship. Would you like the engineer prime to accompany you? Yes, Pascal shall come with me, as your lordship commands. Which is why I kind of held off doing it, because I wanted Pasquale with me. When his lordship arrived at the scene, he found the servitors in the same position as they assumed after they had been corralled into the bay, all standing in a long spiraling line and facing the center of their strange formation. The moment his lordship crossed the threshold of the bay gate, their bodies jerked into motion, all as one. As if obeying a command, the servitors turned to face the Lord Captain. The Technomax tasked with overseeing the defective units even reached for their weapons. But then the servitors went still just as abruptly, staring at his lordship with vacant eyes. All present held their breath. Disturbed by the sight, we waited for the Lord Captain to speak. His lordship Kalkrok Nagel von Valancius took us several steps toward the servitors. Immediately, the servitors, each and every one of them, stepped towards the Lord Captain in perfect unison. They mimicked his movements with frightening precision. The rogue trader halted in place and, after a moment's thought, waved his hand, and the servitors, just as synchronously, repeated the gesture as well. When the Lord Captain turned quizzically to the Technomats, so did the servitors, as if mocking. Whatever the Lord Captain did, be it an incline of his head, a wave of his hand, or a step to the side, the defective units repeated it without a moment's delay or hesitation, like grotesque marionettes controlled by an unseen puppeteer. We observed this mime unfold in distressed bafflement for nearly a minute until the servitors finally came to a stop. Not sensing any threat from them, the rogue trader approached with confidence. The Lord Captain examined the servitors. As High Factorum, it was I who had promised the entire inspection, and thus it was my duty to follow the Lord Captain. As we stepped closer, we noticed a fascinating irregularity. The servitors' pupils, normally still, were shaking wildly. Their bulging veins were pulsing under their copper collars, inscribed with their past offenses. It was as if those mindless half-machines were locked in a perpetual state of extreme tension. A visible shaken technomat behind us proposed that the human soul had awakened within the servitors' bodies after a long slumber deep within their lobotomized brains. Formerly bereft of intelligence, they had attained awareness, feeling, and understanding. After a pause, the technomat added that the servitors used to function properly and that no one had been able to explain the change in their behavior. His gaze still trained on the motionless but animate half-machines and half-people. The Lord Captain stepped away from the servitors. All present held their breath, blah blah blah. Engineer Prime gestured to this Engineer Prime to study the servitors. The Engineer Prime slowly waded into the motionless racks of the servitors, peering into their faces and checking the readings. There was no haste in Pasquale's actions. With mesmerizing diligence, he inspected every single unit in his path, and binaric prayers were his companions in this investigation. The examination confirmed the Technomat's initial hypothesis. The servitors' souls, or rather the souls of the people they once were, had awakened. Not yet fully conscious of their past and present, these half-machines could nonetheless feel primitive emotions and sensations such as fear and pain. The undesirable consequence of shoddy performed lobotomy is most rarely observed, and yet, for some unknown reason, it occurred in every single one of the servitors gathered in the bay. Turned to me to announce his decision. To dispose of the servitors so that their human souls may be released from torment. The Lord Captain's command was executed post-haste. All defective units were incinerated in furnaces, and their remains were expelled into the void. The crew was provided with replacement servitors and soon forgot all about the destroyed units' peculiarities, yet this incident haunts my memories to this day. With the fate of the defective servitors decided, nothing could now distract the Lord Captain from his mission. Do you have anything new to say, Cabela?
Domin.
You always address me as Domin. What does that word mean?
The Gothic we use to communicate is different to that spoken on the upper decks. Domin has many meanings. Giver of life, Lord or Lady of the Ark, and Shadowless Sun. The matriarch Spider gave this title to the rogue trader who allowed her to form the blood-spun web. We use other titles as well. For example, Venai means Master of the Immaterium, or Watcher of the Veil. Vil means one who must go to the other side. Amig means one you can trust in battle.
Gesture at the scars covering her skin. You torture your own flesh. What is the meaning of this ritual?
Torture? I bear the sacred marks of the Undying One's service. Death has bestowed them upon me. Though others may cherish hollow riches or meaningless beauty, it is my duty to cherish his gift of blood. Each wound is a symbol of our service to him. Each drop of blood carries his blessing. To renounce these scars is to renounce the Undying One himself.
Interesting.
Death whispers to me, you are worthy of bearing his marks. Tell me, Domin, do you wish to honor your flesh with his gifts?
You notice several officers exchanging worried glances as they eye the blade in Cabela's hands. You know what? I might be iconoclast, but I do believe in the Big E. I do believe in the Big E. It would be my honor to bear the mark of the Big E.
Let it be so. Treasure his gift, Domin. Inscribe it anew each time you pray. May his blessing find you.
The wound stings and burns painfully as they begin to bleed. Thank you.
May the Undying One shroud your footsteps from the faithless.
Did that actually give me anything? I doubt it, but just checking. Nah, I don't see it. I saw the thing around me, the screen go red, so I thought it might have done something, but it turns out it didn't. I don't even have That's fine. To the map! Oh, there's an unidentified void ship over there? I'll go check that out. I didn't see that last time. The astropathic station is dead ahead of the void ship. It is motionless. There is lifeless silence across its Vox frequencies. Its lights are out, and even those who have no warp sensitivity can feel the presence of death. It is here lurking in the shadows. All of this makes reading the reports of the ship's astropaths, who claim to be hearing an incessant ghostly howl emanating from the station, all the more disturbing. Deploy a scouting team. The enforcers offered their prayers and proceeded to enter the uncanny station. What they saw inside was monstrous. Astropaths upon their thrones, not quite here, not quite now, smudged, as it were, across time. Servants reliving their horrible deaths again and again, only to reborn out of the ashes and blood into more agony a moment later. The warp manifested itself here, twisting the very nature of existence. The main hall was covered in a crust of psychic ice. A green-robed, blind old man sat motionless upon a tall throne. He was quite literally embedded in the ice, yet he was still alive and screaming. Send Zachary Weiss to the station with a squad of bodyguards. Choirmaster Weiss boarded the station in person and proceeded to the choir's hall. He stood silently for hours in front of a man frozen in ice and held a telepathic conversation with him. Weiss offered a prayer to the God Emperor, and the unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to the ship, Weiss reverently presented the Lord Captain with a grim trophy, the late choirmaster's amulet, taken from his frozen body after his death. Denial of nightmares. If worn by a psyker, the wearer gains immunity to the horrors of the warp effect. Target suffers. Oh. Per difficulty tier of the demon for 1 round. So a demon can cause that. Okay. And I now have a thing that stops that. The psychic shriek carrying across the Immaterium has been silenced, but this has brought the crew no relief. A chilling realization came to the astropaths when they discovered that the cry was masking a different sound, one even more terrifying and surreal. It was the melody of a cataclysm born from a warp storm of titanic power, so intense that the entire expanse must be able to hear it. It muffles astropathic messages and crawls into a psyker's mind, evoking everywhere the same image, a dark, grasping, beastly mouth cleaving the universe in two. Now that the mad choirmaster has finally stopped screaming, the song of the Immaterium has reached the rogue trader's void ship too. Explore the station. A brief and chilling chronicle of the station's doom was found in Scribe's records. A warp disturbance of monstrous proportions wiped out half the choir at once, turning the astropaths into living portals through which torrents of the Immaterium's energies poured out. Those who lasted longer bellowed and howled about a black rift that had split the universe into before and after, and a darkness that would devour the Astronomicon's light. Burn everything. Void torpedoes shadow the fragile station. One can only hope that the unfortunate souls captured by the warp have perished along with their homes. That would be allowed me to land there, and I don't want that, because I've already been there. I see unidentified void ship. That's new. Augurs notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet. A void ship whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from orbit is resting at the edge of a deep ravine. The hull of the unidentified vessel is severely damaged, rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. The Augurs haven't detected any vital signs aboard or near the vessel. Send a squad to planet to explore the void ship. The landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran acutely determines the origin of the unwilling vessel. It belongs to the Xeno race called Drukari. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a long, woeful creak as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares to disturb its slumber. Collect any valuable findings. Monstrous contraptions designed to mimic mince, rip apart, and incinerate their victims took the soldiers by surprise, but were neutralized before the squad suffered significant losses. The soldiers found several curious pieces of xenotech on the sinister void ship, but no data that could shed some light on why it came to Rykad Systems. Got a venom blade, a blast pistol, and a monofilament grenade. Technically, I could use that Drukari blade, but... Let's go to the bunker. Or wait, is the bunker his place? If the bunker's his place, then Buck. Command center. It is his place. It should be named command center, not bunker. I thought bunker would be like, oh hey. Nope, it's the exact.
Forge ahead. Never
Return to the
linger.
void ship. So the only place left to go is the Zenobium. Electrodynamic Zenobium. However powerful you are to deal with vendors of the Chronos Expanse, you will have to demonstrate your authority and gain renown with them. That is what I do. Judging by the dead people's equipment, they're the same wardens the governor sent to the monastery's aid. Yeah, that turned out well, didn't it? Athletics. And that gave us a level up. Fucking sweet. Another med kit, a grenade, and some more cargo. Unforgiving would be good. Rising tempo would also be good. Because I do that. Psyker Majoris, increase my psychic power. What were the ones that Veril suggested I get? Not the powers. Body of flames. That. Nah, Spark of Greater Flames. We'll take that one because all damage over time effects applied by the Psyker gain a 10% grunt chance. I'm gonna have 3 dots on the enemies, so we want to crit. Strength. Okay, Abelard. Stronger together, why not? I took fire, right? Yeah, flame weapon, push frequency, flame expert. You want bolter weapon expert. And demolition. Perception. Ebb and flow, mastery time, blah 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 blah. Under my protection. That could be good. So, +5 to all resistance decks against warp effects. That could be good. A natural alert. Increase your fellowship. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Ballistic skill. Filtering protocols. Strength, toughness. Strength, toughness. She doesn't have a lot of strength, but she has a lot of toughness, so we'll go toughness on you. Melee area attacks cost 1 less AP. I'll take that if I have to respec her just to check, because I want to check to see if that affects the one skill. It does not seem like it does. But that also gives her 1 thing.
Marching ahead.
Like if I want to use sweep instead of dance. Or if I get a different sword that has a good AoE attack.
Now that was easy.
Gate. Is there any other lootable stuff? No, there is not. Open the gate. Enter the electrodynamic cenobium. The place that is going to do a lot of damage to me because I can never fucking dodge the electricity like I should be able to. And sadly, this is where we get Henrik, the fucking...
Guide my strikes true against the heretics who have encroached upon these halls. Let not one villain escape the God Emperor's retribution delivered by our hands.
Your hues are so vivid, Sister Argenta. The hatred that fuels your words and impulses burns like a supernova.
I don't want to get rid of anyone. I like this team right now because I can't get rid of Pascal because he's fucking important here. Because this is a fucking AdMech place.
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last Electro Priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the Corpse Emperor!
And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
Sup? A tall, dark man sizes you up with a quick glance. Supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A force sword and a vox hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. The Emperor protects.
And in this, we must be like him. My greetings to you, fellow servant of the Master of Mankind. I am Interrogator Heinrix van Kalox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Rogue traitor Kulkrok Nigel von Valancius.
Von Valancius? To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
Why is my fucking thing? Okay. Give me one moment. I need to do something real quick. Okay, that's better. For some reason, my microphone was like, the stand was very unscrewed. And it's like, why? I never fucking turn it. Anyways, Theodora is dead, slain in battle by enemies of humanity.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of rogue trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
Well, other than my friend here, Pasquale, I'm here to collect you. I am under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I am to provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task.
Okay, so they haven't... That's an issue. They haven't voiced a lot of the things having to do with the new companion. Starting with her, Henrix nods at Cabela. You have provided exactly the kind of specialist that this situation requires. Cabela regards him coldly. I am the Dolmen's shadow. If he says the word, I will protect you. If he says the word, I will take you to the Undying One.
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult. You are addressing a rogue trader.
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody.
Nah, that would actually be bad. Hey, cow!
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium's subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You are familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor. I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny.
Yeah, and you're probably right.
My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion.
Yeah, we already knew
Data
that.
indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the final dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted final dawn.
Blasphemous insanity.
As Henrix von Kalloch speaks, you suddenly notice the way he's looking at you, with his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he's peering into your soul, a soul that is touched by the gift of sorcery. The change in your expression does not escape the interrogator's notice, as you see the corners of his mouth twitch. He must have instantly recognized a fellow psyker. Precisely what are you doing at the monastery?
I arrived here with an escort squad, only to lose it in our very first open skirmish. The monastery is swarming with heretics. The soldiers I requisitioned from the governor fell in battle, bled to death, or deserted. I had to make do with catching and forcefully interrogating individual rebels. It is from them that I learned what I relayed to you just now.
What did you do to him?
I convinced him to cooperate. I can influence living bodies, and I find that the interrogated are much more eager to share information once the blood starts to boil in their veins.
That tracks. I can help you with Aurora. Let's join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall, near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
I don't want to lose Cabela. I'll lose Argenta for now. And I can't lose him because this is a whole tech area. Thick skin. Edge of Dawn. I want Edge of Dawn. Toughness. Shield of the Emperor. Athletics. Weapon skill. Psyker Minoris. Athletics. Biophysical distortion. That. Adrenaline surge. Weapon skill. Reckless drag. Sworn enemy. Sworn enemy. Wait, no, go back. I might want to do like purge soul or invigorate. Invigorate. Strange vitality. Toughness. Gross. Thick skin. Gross. Strength. Yeah, strength. And then destined. How are you doing, cow? normally I like take his force sword, but I like my spinner's blade. Open the door. Save. I'm doing okay. Tech priest body rests on a metal table surrounded by sparkling spirals of copper coil. A panacea of sacred unguents cover his withered flesh. His augments have been polished with great care. Intricate electus cover the dead man's crossed arms, and bare torso and strands of wire envelop his head. Yeah, I did. I really wanted to fucking play. Pasquale respectfully bows his head before the dead man and carefully touches the shriveled body with the tip of his macandrite. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the truth of Fabricator General Travacle's maxim. Death does not end the servant of a spirit trivial. Is it the body? The body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. This ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data dreaming. His mind, enveloped in digital reverie, can persist for hundreds or thousands of years while his frail body is decaying. The sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants of the machine god. Such purity of color. I have never seen anything like it. Deep tranquility shrouded in a cool white cloud, such unity of thought and spirit. The dead are incapable of exuding such hues. Next to the table the body is resting on, you see small amulets crafted from burned cogitator circuit boards. There's no dust on these small offerings. They were clearly left here recently. Can you hear me, Tech Priest? The light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharper, and the smell of ozone fills the air. The vox on the ceiling comes alive and lets forth a solemn binaric aria that turns into a crackling psalm voice. In this dark hour, I am ready to bring you good tidings, Tech Brethren. Now respond with the words of the second Galvic hymn. Let us praise the twin charges and the body electric and the Omnissiah who lights the spark of reason within us, and let's carry his charge to those who have turned their minds towards his light. Let it be so. The monastery is under attack by heretics. Can you help? In my data stream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily. For it is said in the 4th article of security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operation cycle. They have seditious designs on the relic. But should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? I may not be a member of your priesthood, but you and I are of the same faith. This statement is true. The 1st article of security says, fear above all evils the defilement of knowledge, and its command outweighs the prohibition contained in the 6th article of security that knowledge be locked away from the ignorant. So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the motive force. Dry, crackling sounds come from inside the crypt walls as awakened cogitators process the ancient tech priest's command. $50 armor against shock damage. I know we're gonna get attacked by tech priests. Monks! You shall be purified by the motive force, blasphemer. We're not blasphemers!
Standing against me.
Yeah. Deliver us!
Iron
Naturally.
arm. Word of the Emperor.
Let's see to it.
Shield of the Emperor. And charge.
Me,
Buff me.
if you insist, Lord Captain.
Move there. Cassia. Lidless stare. Walking knight. Yep. Charge there! Piercing strike.
Indeed.
Jump!
As the tenants demand.
That was fun.
Easy.
There.
I know what to do.
There. All the actions. The circular cogitator. The electropriest's hiding place must be nearby. Yep. Cultists were killed with a hit from the back with some kind of electric. Activate the circular cogitator. Machine's altar is operational, but will only respond to a specific command that you do not know. Pascal, open that. Take those. Okay. Drop a save, because this is the thing. Pilgrim. The cogitator's green screen lights up as you approach it and displays the flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first Galvic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let us sing this canticle too. The device's keyboard lights up, clearly expecting you to enter the rest of the verse. Pascal, kindly remind me how this hymn goes. Pascal's vox let out as a noisy grows as he clears his throat, but then stops abruptly. After a brief pause, he averts his gaze and says in a raspy voice, "It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants of the Shrine of Energetic Prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn." Albert snorts and struggles to suppress an involuntary smile. "Emperor, help us all. The esteemed Magos has been caught out not knowing a prayer, and now he's floundering like a cadet in an exam. I never thought I'd see the day." I'm gonna look this up.
Last time on.
First galvanic hymn. Omnissiah, Arcane Key, Immortal Intelligence. The Omnissiah for whom the Holy Discharge spiriteth forth. Verse 2 calls to you, Pilgrim. Let us fill our souls with gratitude towards the Arcane Key that closes the circuit. Now finish this prayer, Pilgrim. May the unity of the sacred charges power the Immortal Reason? I guess Immortal Reason, because there's no Immortal Intelligence, so Immortal Reason. Verily so, a pilgrim who has learned our ways is worthy of the gifts of the enlightened. I could have just brute forced it, but I'd rather just get it over with. An arc rifle and a pinpoint visor. Keep the plasma pistol, but let me see here.
Stay sharp.
Turn them into a trap for intruders, okay?
Chaos guides me.
Gonna have to try to rush through here as fast as possible. How dare you do 6 to Pasquale? Well, you were dumb to try to do that. Pasquale, run up. As far as you can, and... Plasma overcharge. Worth it.
Death to the weak.
Scorn the pain.
Emperor, give me strength.
As said, so done.
Leap! Wait, why are you only doing 3 attacks? You should be doing 4 because you have 2 swords. Unless for some reason this now no longer counts as a sword. So you should be doing 3 attacks with your...
High momentum.
Death to non-believers! Chaos guides me!
Charge. Good job. That didn't do as much damage as it should have. Yeah, it's only doing 3 now. I don't understand. This is supposed to count as a sword, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I know it says knife, but... I'm gonna need to get a different fucking weapon to give into his offhand, which means I might take your fucking force sword. Oops.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Follow my lead.
Run! Activated charge just to get a bit farther.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me!
Damn it. Of course I had to get a trauma. Why wouldn't I fucking get a trauma? No! Son of a- Of course I had to get a fucking crippled leg. Of course. Of course. And that can't... That... I don't have anything to get rid of traumas. That's fucking stupid. That it moves that fast to jump down there. I would have fucking gone there. In fact, I might still... It's fucking stupid! No, 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 no. God damn it. Why did it deselect everyone? This specifically is one of the parts I fucking hate the most, is that electricity.
Onward to victory.
And I got a fucking trauma that sucks the most. Because now I'm slowed, basically. Great, wonderful. Crowd of cultists has surrounded Tech Priest, crucified on a mechanism. A rhythmic whisper repeated by 100 voices blends into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally and forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The Tech Priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling. In the clenched claws of stagnation, the shackles of iteration zero, under the iron ring, let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal's mechandrites spring into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from his vox. I am registering a severe violation of the Purity Protocol. The Blessed Armanat has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Around the hall. The heretics have taken up positions everywhere, and many more are doubtlessly hiding in the passage leading out the hall. For now, they are all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the Tech Priest and do not notice you. We must save the esteemed Tech Priest without risking his life. The mechandrites point to the corpses of heretics lighting nearby. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units and overload them, and thus cleanse the hall of heretics. The lightning discharges have charred the cultist corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets, whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over with emblems of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. The signs of the archenemy are not just painted symbols, but conduits of its will. The words of their prayers, even spoken without faith, their coats of arms, even deceitfully worn. All this increases the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draws their corrupting attention to you. With a look of revulsion, Cabela picks up one of the rags with the tip of her blade. Nothing but your word, Domin Kalkarok Nagel, can make me don this filth. Once we are done, I will scrape my skin clean with a metal brush and bathe in caustic lye. Cassia stares in horror at the corrupted clothes and scattered human ashes. Do not make me. If it helps save a worthy man, I will put on cultist robes. I pray that the Omnissiah gives the blessed Amaraf enough fortitude. Now, originally I was just like, okay, it'll just be me, right? Nah, it forces everybody. Which is dumb. The heretic scars cling to your skin like a greedy leech, tingling and foul fever spread over your body as though these tatters have imbibed the vile contents of their former wearer's soul. By the way, did I not put that on me? I should have. I like this mask. Can I keep the mask? The heavy crown of gold neural augmetics rests upon the servitor's head. The crown is bent and broken from ruthless gun butt blows. The pale body is covered in blasphemous inscriptions carved into the withered flesh. I identify this acolyte as a distribution servitor. I am registering upon it traces of sacrilegious violation of the right of operation. The probability of its responsiveness to commands is below average. Try to conduct a restart ceremony. For the glory of the Omnissiah, let this machine spirit sleep, that it may awaken and serve again. Pascal gently touches the servitor's crown, deactivating one of its segments. Let the outer neural connection circuit be plunged into darkness. Another touch and several lights in the crown go out. Let the command response hub fall silent. Pascal switches to binaric speech, accompanying his every action with a line from a sacred hymn. It is amazing how the reverent awe in the tech priest's voice can be discerned even through his rattling vox. Suddenly, every light on the servitor's crown comes alive. A shower of sparks bursts from the augmetics on the servitor's brow, and several black ash-tinted tears run from its empty sockets, ready to serve. Energize the hull's power units to the maximum. It will be done. Oh, that's a thing we can loot later. The altar is adorned with gilded skulls. Threads of metal that used to be electus are fused into the bone. Once majestic, the altar has now been desecrated with blasphemous images of blue-green suns. Some of its levers and buttons have been pried from their sockets, and the mechanism still glorifies the Omnissiah with its operation. I identify this as the safety system control altar. For our diversion to succeed, the blessed machine must be executed, and may its spirit forgive us. Cause the altar to overload. Pascal offers a short binaric prayer, then enters command after command to set up a trap for the machine spirit inhabiting the altar. The code born out of the tech priest's tinkering causes the spirit to flutter confusedly in a snare of impossible commands, heat up the altar circuit boards, and perish forever in a shower of sparks that burst forth from the melting wires. May we be granted the Omnissiah's forgiveness for this act. I am registering a general shutdown in the security system. A grim-looking heretic walks up to you resolutely, blocking your path. As he studies your disguise with suspicion, you note that his left eye has 2 conjoined irises, while his right eye has 4. I don't know you. Who are you? Why haven't I met you before? Smile mysteriously. Perhaps the Master has blinded your eyes to trifles that you may behold what is true. You reply, imbued with mystical significance, was evidently to the cultist like. He smiles haughtily and says, "May our Master blind you too, brother." A tech priest's corpse, his throat slit, sits upon a splendid command throne laced with finely wrought motive force paths. A controlled expression of righteous anger is frozen upon his face. A black blindfold covers his eyes. This is the Luminodeacon's command throne. This is where the power unit actuation and shutdown litanies are recited from. The blessed Luminodeacon himself has the honor of closing the circuit the motive force flows through. Sit down upon... Let's see. Chance of 100%. I don't know. I think I'm only on normal, so it shouldn't just automatically succeed. Because I only have a 45. Sit down upon the throne and recite the litany of actuation. I am about to be greatly honored, or else thoroughly charred. Maybe both. As soon as you lay your hands on the command throne panels, a painful sting of electricity numbs your senses for an instant. Your fingers cramp and your vision grows dim.
Unpleasant.
Pain is visible in the tech priest's eyes as he looks upon the sacrilege. Forgive us, Omnisire, for such a gross violation of the right of operation. Repeat the litany after me and activate the command runes I point to. Pascal Vox starts reciting the sacred words, gloomy and hoarsely. I took 1 damage. Clinging to the blazed shreds of your fading consciousness, you repeat the words of the litany after Pascal and touch the command runes, as the unbating lightning rips through your muscles and makes your bones crackle. I am recording a successful activation of the power units. Hey, we got a little up. Collect shit first. Okay. Now let's level up. Because it's the last of the first thing. After killing an enemy, the Blade Dancer upon using Death Bolts, after killing an enemy, the Blade Dancer gains +3 dodge until the end of combat. Stacks up to agility bonus times. Yeah, I want that. You, for 1 round, the warrior becomes priority target for every enemy hit by their melee attacks. Also, the warrior gains 20 parry and 2 deflection until the end of combat. At the end of combat, warriors for each kills and may use their MP after attacking or using ability. Yes. All their non-attacking things take -1 AP. All negative effects are immediately removed from the target. Until the end of the officer's next turn, the target cannot die. I wonder if I use this, if it'll get rid of my crippled leg. That's a negative effect. And getting rid of negative effects is always good. Target also provides an attack of opportunity whenever it attacks. This turn, melee attacks deal an additional 2 damage. Daring Breach also grants 10 movement points until the end of the turn. The warrior does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Gains 4 MP for every turn. Upon using Death Roll, immediately heals to full. The cost of abilities that cost wounds is reduced by half until the end of combat. Immediately gain 4 additional charges of Death from Above until the end of combat. Death from Above deals plus agility bonus damage, or immediately heal her. I think let her have an immediate full heal. We'll see if that works on what I want. Real quick, I am going to go to the restroom. I will be right back. I return. Okay. Talk to the text. Oh, I thought he would actually speak, because I sounded like... In the cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship. The tech priest's body convulses. Pained, plaintive creaks of binaric prayers come from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. Thank you for the welcome back. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Armanat. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? Examine the tech priest. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmentics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It is amazing how robust this tech priest's life support system has proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body. Do you know him, Pascal? This subject has not been identified and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to subject's evident lack of state of clouded consciousness. Who are you, servant of the Omnissiah? The fire of the hearth set forth sparks. The name of this spark is Abel Hunamon. The task priest looks over at Pascal for a brief moment, his speech becoming clear. The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled. What design? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you who summoned me to Reichad Minoris? What for? I categorically demand an answer. Pascal's voice rises to an indomitable howl, but the delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he is saying. Ask him about Armina. You came here because of him, after all. No. The tech priest's weak voice grows stronger. He came because of himself. Myself? To redeem myself? To correct a mistake? Possibly. But how do you... There's a look of gentle condescension in Abel's eyes. Strange, even given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. A devastating coughing fit cuts him off, and you hear a clang of tearing metal from inside his chest. What design? An intention both bold and honorable, to open new gates for the waters of knowledge and comprehension. A plan written so that the righteous may follow. And trust in the great pattern of revelation and uniform progression towards it. Pasquale's voice is trembling with elation. Those are his words. I have not heard them in so very long. We can talk once we get him out of here. Cold premonition rakes the heart. The probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them. We are the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and sacred unguents staining his sleeve. His voice rasps smoothly. Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here. Try to take down the crucified tech priest. As soon as you touch the I can speak. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sullen clarity, many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness, I heard their prayers. Find them. Save them. Recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration so that you may behold what is hidden. A blast of the motive force runs down the tech priest's body, and his face contorts in a mocking grimace. Excuse me. Malformed binaric code, repulsively jarring in the ears. Excuse me. Pours out of his vox. Information archived to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the electro-priest's hiding place. Pascal responds with the dour rhythms of the containment aria. I note with great sorrow that the circuit's ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He's in the grips of a schismatical, a unholy imitation of a machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the technoschism protocol. Cabela gives Pascal a long look, her eyebrow raised in a silent question. Pascal responds with an equally long silence and greets, thank you for your cooperation. Request denied. The Catechism demands that this act be performed by an authorized unit. I shall help save him. The possessed man responds with a burst of repulsive laughter. Every now and then a word or two of Gothic finds its way into a binaric obscenities pouring out of the vox, in what seems to be schismatical tentative forays into a language that is alien to it. His body convulses, his joints twist at unnatural angles, and the sound of bursting steel couples at the possessed man's thrashing about. His internal augments emerge gradually through the hanging tatters of his flesh, as though an iron homunculus hidden inside the tech priest were trying to cast off the meat cocoon it no longer needs. Pascal's Macandrite extends a thin drilling needle. Sacred unguent glistens on it. A code purification aria is heard as the needle sinks into the possessed tech priest's skull and touches his neural augment. Forming an electric circuit with it, extreme strain is visible on his face. Furious litanies pour out of his vox. Result failure, requesting assistance. Send a purifying charge of the motive force into the possessed man's body. May the machine god heal you. Undaunted, you grab one of the severed cables and press it to the tech priest's body, and a shock of formidable power shakes the possessed man. Machine oil gushes out of his mouth. His vox hisses deafeningly as the flow of the motive force burns the corruption in his sacred iron. The overload destroys some of the circuit boards of his neural augmetic, resets his code, and erases the schismatical from existence. The tech priest's eyes roll up and he loses consciousness. Crushed yet still alive and no longer in the thralls of corruption. With the utmost care, Pascal takes his body down from the mechanism and lays it on the floor. His stirring litanies of gratitude to the Omnissiah echo through the hall. Rest, tech brother. We will come back for you when we are done our duty to the miraculous fusion reactor. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive towards uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to this servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of an engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. Yeah, no problem. You're coming with us.
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our luceric coronas. May its vitality nourish our ornaments. May its purity.
Accept the contact. Yay! I'm still wounded. A shortish, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. The wrinkles of his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger, but right now he shows no sign of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos, or electus, show through his oddly bluish-tinted skin. The man... Done priming, gotta do once over sanding and then put some of it together so I know which pieces are which. Mostly the feet, since those are going to be different colored ones of similar color. Ah, okay. The man's eye sockets are dark and empty, yet he turns his face straight towards you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice, not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. Make the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor protects. The man responds curtly, as if giving a military command. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The hollowed electrodynamic cenobium receives you, pilgrim. I am Dar Impulse 6, a servant of the motive force, and the praetor electrode of this sacred monastery. Pascal bows down humbly before the man. A trill of binaric signals come from his vox, to which the praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, "The rank of praetor electrode is a sign of high standing within the electro-priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor." The praetor electrode looks at Cabela and gives a dignified nod. "You have brought an assassin. Good. She will find much work here. Are you ready for the new toils, blessed slayer?" "Always. Can it be any other way?" "You have the honor of hosting the rogue trader of House von Valancius. I urge you to follow proper etiquette when interacting with the eminent bearer of the sacred warrant. Within these walls, worldly titles are nothing before the motive force. Your deeds, however, speak far louder than titles, for your path here is sprayed with the blood of desecrators. Dar Impulse 6. It was you, was it not, that Lucas Abel came seeking an interpretation of his data trance? Yes. Tech Brother Abel arrived here to engage in magnetic meditation that would help clarify his visions. Unfortunately, the heretic machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. The esteemed Logos volunteered his help in defending the monastery, but contact with him was lost soon after. I have rescued him from the insurgents. I hope the Omnissiah preserve Tech Brother Abel's life, that he may continue to comprehend the mysteries he has tapped into. I'll look at it when I get a chance, Varel. What happened here and how did you manage to survive? When the heretics descended in droves upon this cenobium, we gave battle, but the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warriors under a mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defender's spark of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in surreptitious ways. Alas, as fiery as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead of us. I must commend the skill in which your secret chambers are concealed. You feel a tinge of wounded pride in Henrix's word. It's as if he is upset about failing to discover the Electro-Priest's shelter. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in the massacre that the cultists wrought. The leader of the heretics fought her way into the ark wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. She is trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litanies, so that the relic may be corrupted and the world of Rykad Minors may perish in a fount of fire. But my brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering her efforts by chanting excess prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers entered. The Praetor Electrode nods toward the entranced comrades. This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear it. I have known this. Praetor Electro 2 for sorrowfully silence. I wish to get to the holy reactor. The Ark is hidden from pilgrims' eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to this monastery, I grant you that right. The hall that leads to the High Reliquary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Enter the Ark and experience the motive force, pilgrim. We will pray to the security system that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusions. I must press on. May the charge of the Omnissiah's grace persist in the batteries of the faithful. Good. Save. Into the bowels of the monastery. I should move myself into the middle and have her on the side. That way I'm flanked by my two right-hand people. The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask, yet the voice pouring out beneath it belongs to someone else. It is the husky, somber base of a void wolf, a border of ships. How predictable your path is. How static. All the possible deaths you have skirted only to perish here in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. Like, how is it I just decided we were going to take that reactor with us? Seriously, how hard would that be to move? Yeah, I'm still doing it. The woman turns her mask to Pascal and gloats. You have arrived just in time, little cog. The schismaticals use your regalia like a mask to subdue the reactor. Pascal's vox rasps musingly. A cog? I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like a crimson herald of bloodshed, and his drilling mechandrite whirs viciously as it readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From dust I will build order. Pasquale, announce my arrival! Pascal lets out an intimidating binaric trill and announces grimly, with the Omniscia's blessing, the rogue traitor Von Valancius has come before the miraculous fusion reactor, seeking to perform purification and eradicate the corruption. All unauthorized personnel are hereby ordered to lay down their arms and humbly accept their punishment. Humility is the lot of the meek. I am a harbinger of great changes, and visions of the great cataclysm to come have incinerated what humanity I had in my heart. The woman's voice breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre, a martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be when it walks in. A blind slave of what is gone, a faithful servant of what is to come, or a corpse. I would take some time to wrest from you the details of the future that the cult prophesizes. Hopefully when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech. Ah, Cassius squints and looks away. Yellows, reds, violets, oranges, blues, wild colors that scorch the eyes. But where the motley mask ends and nothing but a colorless void remains. Enough! I will rid Reichard Norse of your tyranny! The woman's voice becomes thin and brittle like that of an innocent child. Execute them in the name of the edge of daybreak. The electro-priests rip their hands off the command panels, rending their flesh on the stakes that pierce them. As their schematical controlled bodies are imbued with the motive force's radiance, all the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany in broken Gothic. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but the name the heretic keeps repeating. The edge of daybreak digs into your hearing like a blade in the defenseless flesh. Its sound is almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. However, you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind.
Your execution is assured.
All of you will bleed!
Cassia, go there. You go there, and... Cassia gets to go first. Oh my. Oh my! not going to be able to buff everybody, but that's fine. How did you kill the guy standing right next to you?
My place is at the fore.
Everyone, go after Abelard. Yeah.
Death is a blessing.
Saving that for Cassia. Go there.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Ow, you actually hit me. That's bullshit.
Chaos guides me.
It does not get rid of those. Okay. Understood. It gets rid of the fire, though.
But of course, Lord Captain.
How did you miss?
It will be done.
How dare you not be moved?
Out of my way!
So I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to, like, the main thing is taking out the Electro Priests.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Oh, why did I move you forward? I should have kept you back. You could have helped take out the one lady. Are you kidding me? A fucking chaos spot. Are you serious?
Let's see to it.
Pull Pascal back. Pascal will take care of that.
Running by now, right?
Bastard.
At your beck and call.
Meow. Why did you miss? Okay, that one's dead. And all the way back. That's good.
Death to the weak!
Okay, Cassia, I need you to up.
Death to non-believers!
Okay. Henrik. All of those, which is good. Still can't. That yet, which is fine.
Guides me!
Help me, Lord Captain!
her run back, she'll definitely be able to do that.
The shadow.
I have no idea what just happened there, but okay.
My ears are ringing.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Henrix, charge that deep. Okay, you can't charge the demon. Not there. Go there and then charge the demon? There we go, charge the demon.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Yeah. Road.
Chaos guides me!
It will be done.
Yeah.
High momentum.
Help me out.
Henrix go again. Henrix. Henrix, kill it. Charge her, kill her. Henrix gets to run.
Out of my way!
Okay, Cassia, I need you to go over here and just look at this guy. Enough! Now an aged, rattled voice speaks to you from behind the bloodstained mask. You are powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. I see the glow of the final dawn, and that means existence has made its choice. A dagger flashes in Aurora's hand. She drives it into the control panel with all her strength. Now you will see it too! A blinding voltaic arc bursts forth from the broken control panel and strikes at Aurora's uncanny mask. Its metal heats up, smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultist collapses. The light is gone? Was that it? The final dawn? But why was it so different from what our teacher promised? Aurora shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman, frightened and in pain. You will pay for this. You... The woman's body goes limp and collapses to the floor. Her iron mask hits the ground with a dull thud. Pascal examines the corpse with contempt, then concludes dryly, confirmed purgation and termination. Henrik grimaces in disgust. The heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. The motley hues have rejected her, leaving only a grayish-green thread. The noose that the heretic put around her own neck. I have seen this many times before. No one can escape fear itself. Henrix approaches Aurora's body and leans over it. A minute, please, call Krognagill. I need no more than a minute. Inspect the control panel damaged by Aurora. The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from this sacred machine and towards the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be a lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade has been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with a strange adornment resembling an eye covered by a scaled lid. The remains of the blade has a blue sheen to it, the same tint as Kunrad's weapon during the mutiny on the Void ship. This is no human-made object. It was grown from wraithbone, a material favored by the Eldari. As you lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together and individual words are distorted, as though they are marking your attempts to grasp their meaning. The nagging whisper is the burning red scratch of an unholy claw upon your mind. Toss the shard into the depths of the reactor. As you touch the handguard, an otherworldly cold envelops your hands. Only for a mere instant, as in the very next second, you sent the corrupted weapon flying into the shining abyss. The terrible wail of several dozen voices pierce your mind as a moment, only to turn into a deafening shriek and break off as a clap of electricity is heard somewhere beneath your feet. Literally, it's the, hey, what do you want? What do you want to eat? The souls of the innocent. A bagel. Now! 2 bagels. What was that? Henrix appears behind you. Did you think it a good idea to throw something into the reactor? I'd refrain from such experiments if I were you. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Ordos, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. I am ready to come aboard your ship and head for Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you don't have any other business in the system. In which case, I am prepared to assist you in this prompt resolution. It's like, I got, like, at the very tutorial, I get infected with some, like, chaos thing in my head that's like, no, you want to do this, you want to use this sword, don't you? It'll make you big, it'll make you, like, feel good, it'll make you powerful, and people will bow to you, and I'm just like, Soviet national anthem as I throw it into the void. The iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars of her mask, but after peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder if for a moment you saw something move. Let's finish cleansing the monastery, Pascal. Executing. Let the Omnissiah-given motive force flow and all obstacles in its path be eradicated. Yeah, just someone who is that powerful at just ignoring chaos. It's literally just.
Let's see this through.
Nah. A blasphemous prison. Avengers Gauntlet. All attacks of opportunity deal additional agility bonus damage. Well, I don't try to have attacks of opportunity, so. Just to make sure I don't potentially lose anything. Let's loot everybody. I know I should, like, just, I should get a prompt that says, like, do you want to loot everything? A roguery night trader, if you will. Don't you want to give into chaos? Don't you want the power and the knowledge that it brings? Nah. What do you mean, nah? Nah, don't need it. But think of all you could help with it. Nah. but you could stop, you know, innocent people from dying. You could do so much good. Yeah, don't need it. Collect everything that I missed. We want to go to the ship first because I want to potentially heal that fucking wound that happened. Because god damn it, that sucks. I hate that one space. And I know there's something in the fucking Forge world that we go to at some point that's exactly the same. It's basically like a bunch of damage, and then it shuts off, and then you have to run through, and then a bunch of damage, and it's like, god damn it, why do you have to have me try to dodge shit?
Let's seize the moment.
In this kind of game. It's like, it's the most annoying. It's because otherwise I wouldn't have had that actual injury, and I would have actually been able to do much more in that final boss fight, but instead my movement was basically halved and my agility was tanked. Because of course lightning broke my leg. Which is why definitely when I get one of I know one planet's upgrade things that you can get allows you to cure traumas with a med pack, or like the more powerful med packs give you the ability to cure traumas. I always take that because anything to get rid of a fucking trauma. Because fuck those things.
Rogue Trader, I was somewhat brusque at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamic Cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time.
Yeah, no problem.
Unfortunately, my personal investigation has hit a dead end. I think I will have to call upon outside resources to continue the search.
I have something to confess. I discovered some kind of chaos artifact in Cenobium's cogitator, and I deemed it necessary to dispose of it.
What? All right. All right. At the very least, the object of corruption, if that is indeed what it was, has been destroyed. This is a satisfactory outcome. There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
Okay, real quick, the couple of people who are watching right now. I do have the toy box, so I have the ability to romance multiple people at the same time. I also have it so I can romance people even if my gender would, you know, not allow it. Should I romance Hendrix? He's not one that I honestly would go after, but should I do it? Because right now, my only actual decisions are Assassin, if it is actually possible, and I will try my best. Navigator, because I like it. The Eldar, because I like that one a lot, because it's not just sex. It's actually like, no, fuck that. It's more emotional, which is something I've fucking begged for certain things. Fucking Lich Mythic Path not having it. And then potentially the Pirate Lady, because I kind of like her too, but okay. Well, Varel said it, and he gets like 5 votes because he's actually my best friend in reality, so There you go. A strange choice for your first love token.
It's not. It is not a love token, Lord Captain. It is a rare and valuable device that will be a useful tool in the hands of the rogue trader.
Henrix cuts you a glance, one which you suddenly realize is charged with a strange, almost personal interest, before differentially averting his gaze. I know, it's just, I don't... It's not that I hate him, it's he's like... I'm not as interested in him as a bunch of the other characters. They just interest me more. He's an Inquisitor. I don't hate him, it's just I'm not intrigued by him because you're an Inquisitor. And I know that's dumb to say, but I'd much go after the Navigator and the Eldar and potentially court them than Inquisitor. But I'll court everybody.
Apologies in advance if I unknowingly violate the protocol for conversing with someone of your elevated status. I think a slip in composure is to be expected when one is hosted personally in the Lord Captain's study.
Conversing with you is no less disconcerting for me, Master von Kalox.
After serving in the Holy Ordos all these years, I'm used to people being wary of me.
One cannot blame the Imperium citizens for fearing the Inquisition.
Such a fear sometimes indicates that a person has something to hide. Lack of guilt proves nothing. Even thoughts can be dangerous heresy.
See, I don't like that. That's why I don't like the Inquisition. That lack of guilt proves nothing. I hate that. I mean, it makes sense for this, because, yes, even thoughts can be dangerous heresy, but I don't like it. What do you think will become the electrodynamic cenobium?
It all depends on the electro-priests who survived the attack. Fortunately for them, the cultists did not manage to seriously corrupt the holy site, partly thanks to the priesthood's efforts. Nevertheless, I would not be surprised if the local explorator fleet decides to audit and purge the damaged units once it hears about what has happened.
What do you plan to do now?
I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I am aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation. I am at your disposal.
I must return to my duties. Henrix is about to say something else when he's interrupted by the sound of a Vox signal. Someone is trying to contact you.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Congratulations on the victory, Lordship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting the news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you not simply saving the Tech Priest's monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny are spreading like wildfire. The Vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. Governor Mende is expecting you at his command center to discuss matters. We are ready to depart immediately. Just give the order. Yeah. At least I've been healed. To the Void Ship's bridge.
Greetings.
I never know when it's like when companions have a dialogue. Okay. To the bunker. Goodbye, Hendrix. Hello, Argenta. While you might be a cool character, I much prefer other characters in my actual traveling party. Trust me, if I could find a mod that allowed me to take everybody with me, I would. And yeah, he would definitely be on it. Fire Master. Yep. Let me reposition people, please. Because I want you. I want you in the middle. Me there, you there. You there, you there. Argenta, affectionately called Argentina. Unfortunately, 2 melee people are enough for me. Trust me, if I could swap Abelard to be like another ranged unit, I would. And technically I could, because I have the toy box, I could respec him to be like pure like soldier. And like give him like just a las rifle and shit. I don't need to do that right now. Show me your arsenal. Still not enough of that. Technically, I could also make him arch militant. I could, but then it's... I could. Couldn't I? And then basically have a las gun and then have the melee. And then just swap back and forth. The problem is that's usually best done with like plasma? Or not plasma, but like handgun, and I like single melee and then a handgun. Las gun or whatever. Cargo. Grab the modified las gun. Unless, does the Arch Militant give a thing where you can fire point blank range? Because if it is, then that's perfect. Because then I can take, like, the modified las gun out, give him that. Which I think I'll go ahead and take that out. Because then I can use it when, like, people are out of range. I don't have any handguns, and I can't give him a blast pistol because he can't use Xenos weapons. Yeah, modified las gun is better than the Reboot powered. Send that to cargo. Send that to cargo. Sniper rifles. Split one out. keep one in there. I don't know if it would be good for her, but I know she likes snipers. Let me check. Puppies outside the door being annoying. Arch militant. Three weapon skill and basic ballistic skill for every stack of versatility. If the arch militant has more than 4 stacks, just immediately 6 weapon skill, 8 or weapon skill and ballistic skill increase. Ah, there we go. Close quarters training. That's what I would need to do. So, yep. Okay. That's definitely... So, it would take 3 levels into Arch Militant before I can do that. That's fine. That is the plan, then, for him. She is going to be Heavy Bolter and Flamer. Arch Militant. He is going to be... Can I can't move you on the thing. He's going to be melee and that. I like the pick because it bypasses armor a bit and increases the armor penetration of all subsequent attacks made against the same target by 10 for 1 round. So he attacks somebody and then everyone else gets to sit there and just deal more damage. I think there's some other stuff that gives like bonuses to like if you swap from like melee and that. But I don't know where it is. Avenger Gauntlets. I do want to equip that too because... Nah, that's not going to work. Greetings again, your lordship. I can't express how grateful I am for your help. Now that the insidious heretics' designs have been thwarted, nothing stands in the way of my plans or yours. With Aurora dead, the spirit of revolt is waning. Entire squads of rebels are surrendering. We are witnessing the final days of the uprising. I have already signed the order to allocate 2,000 first-class Voidfarers to you. Their transfer to your ship should begin any minute now. Yay, we got 5 factors. Trade factor. Nice. I would also like to salute the savior of Rykad Minoris and have already given the order for a celebration to be held in your honor. We will mark your victory with an ancient custom, the Triumph. You will drive through the city streets accompanied by a guard of honor, as befits a hero who has vanquished the Imperium's enemies, while your trophies will be displayed to the jubilant crowds. Let me know once you have concluded your business in the system and we are ready for the Triumph to begin. Give me a minute. I need to check with the... Show me your wares. Give me the ceramite. Yes. And then I gotta go onto my ship because there's the pirates that I can trade with from the one guy. So the plan is we see how it goes fighting Aurora, the Chaos Space Marine, when we get there. I have some stuff I kind of want to see if I can get to trigger. Medal of Alacrity. So we've done all of that. Good. That's everything. Everything I can get in the first. Now you get the Ceramite Stormtrooper armor. Yeah. When the wearer targets an ally with Bring It Down ability for the first time in combat, the ally gets an additional action point. I think she's someone who has that ability. Okay. Now that I've done that, and I have everything of purchase that I can purchase at this moment. Now we can begin the Triumph. Is that what it was called? The thing where I ride in a tank.
Marching ahead.
But first, let me talk to you. Are you open to a commercial transaction? Permission to transfer information granted. What do you wish to tell me? The tech priest says, sharp and curtly, Haphazard and careless decisions on the part of Rykad Minor's governor have led to unacceptable consequences. Communication with the Adeptus Mechanicus Sanctum has been lost. Troops must be sent to the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium without delay. Restoring communications to the Electro Priests and ensuring the Sanctum security are our top priority. I already did that. You are the head of blah 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 blah. I already did that. What will I get in return for my help? I'm ready for the triumph. Excellent. We will see each other at the square then. May the light of the throne be with you. Fly to the upper way. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. I mean, it's 40K. We get to have, you know, parades in our honor and nothing bad happens and things can go good, right? I'm sure nothing bad will happen, and I'm sure I'll never find a magical Xenos halo that will turn me into an evil fucking ghoul thing after years of use. Your lordship, peerless Lord von Valancius, I am the master of ceremonies of Rykad Minormus. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the upcoming event. Speak. You will take the road, now familiar to you, from here to the starport. You will be accompanied by your comrades in arms and a guard of honor. The body of the heretic known as the Prophet Aurora will be pulled in your wake as a battle trophy. A stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush towards you in praising you for their salvation. Not to worry, this is a thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of the grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us, members of the military, young people attractive and physically fit, and a few healthy children. Once they have said their praise, the procession will move on. Governor Medine, I cannot say his name well. Governor Med will await you by the starport. It is also where the pyre has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You will be handed a flamer blessed by a representative of the ecclesiarchy. You can choose to personally perform the burning, but if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House von Valancius and House Winterscale, it will be fitting to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Med. However, the choice is yours. I do not want a staged show of gratitude. Allow ordinary people of Rykad Minor to speak to me or skip this farce altogether. The Master of Ceremonies' eyes widen. My sincerest apologies, Your Lordship. No thought could be further from my mind than in curing your anger. Let the ordinary people through, you say? I'll see what can be done. I know that was a bad choice, but fuck it. Weeball. Surrounded by a veil evil-repelling emblems, Aurora's corpse looks like a tiny island of gloom in the glorious ocean of your impending triumph. The governor's people must have put a lot of work into protecting the body from decay, as well as sawing off the grim iron face mask. The dead prophet has a weary, unremarkable face of an utterly nondescript commoner. The one aberration of her appearance is the many small mouths on her cheeks and forehead. They have been painstakingly sewn shut with a thick thread and plastered over with a layer of face powder. The cosmetics transform the heretic's face into an eerie mask. The corner of her mouth is frozen in a hint of a grin, wryly mirrored by her lesser mouths. Are you pleased, enemy mine? The grin seems to ask. I will hunt down all your accomplices, wherever they may be, and they will all follow you into the fire. Not a sound comes in response, but as soon as you blink, the corner of the corpse's mouth seems to move upward by a hair's breadth. Or is it your imagination? Nothing like a battle tank. Hello, your lordship. Glory to you, glory! A motley group of modestly dressed people hurries towards you. The grateful citizens wish to present a gift of their redeemer to their redeemer. The master of ceremonies' sugary voice almost brings a taste of honey to your mouth. For whatever reason, you know for certain that right at this moment, the gaze of Aurora's dead, empty eye sockets is fixed upon the back of your head. A thought surfaces in your mind. Not a voice inside your head, no, a mere thought. They are all going to die. Befuddled, deprived, never having seen the truth. And it is all because of you, enemy mine. Stop the ceremony. Take the people away. Something is terrible is about to happen. The soldiers in the cordon exchange perplexed glances, but their trained discipline prevails and they turn towards the spectators, preparing to lead the crowd away. I'm sensing something boundless, blue, golden, dark. Behold, behold, behold the final dawn! This is where things start going off the deep end. Everything go crazy. But we're definitely going to get through this, because I don't think we reached basically the point where we hit like our next class advancement the original time we played. I think it is the extra missions we got from the DLC character that pushed us that far. Which makes me wonder, maybe it will get even more when the next companion shows out if we start a game and play it. Which I probably won't do that on stream if, you know, I'm not... If it comes out and I'm already finished the game, I'm probably not going to play that on stream. But if it hasn't, then I'm just going to, like... Because I know you can go into the into it once it comes out. Oh no, the star is gone. Was I just on my ship? What the fuck? Game? Do not teleport me, game!
Another battle demands our attention.
Come to chaos!
Captive, elderly citizen, act like cultist. Put me over here. Assassin, you come over here. Magenta, you come over here. Squall, you sit right there. seer, you go right there. You come over here.
Don't touch me!
Quick, quick!
Buff. Buff.
I can handle this.
Death to the weak. Your blood will flow!
No, not the innocent man. Come on, Argenta.
Death to non-believers!
That citizen was gonna die anyways, so...
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Buff you, and then... Debuff. Because every action of hers also lowers the veil. So that's good.
Chaos guides me.
Okay, Pasquale, move there. Shoot there and kill that. Thank you. Meow. Hey assholes, focus on me.
Weapon at the ready.
Why did you run through that?
I serve the ruinous powers. Chaos guides me.
That's not worse.
Your end is near.
Good job. Oh, even more people showed up. Wonderful.
That is how it's done.
Nyum. Fucking.
For now.
That is really aggravating. Stop trying to shoot civilians! Might not kill it, everyone, but I mean, I have that.
Out of my way! Death to the weak!
Listen, you guys aren't hitting shit, okay? Be seen! Be debuffed! Oh, Pascal. Are you? Hey, Pasquale, can you come down here and shoot this asshole for me? Thank you. Ah! I knew that was a thing that could happen. I was just hoping it wasn't a thing that would happen. Slam. Blam, bam, thank you, ma'am. And charge.
Victory is imminent.
Weather the storm. To the heretics.
Stay vigilant.
Stop running through the fucking void damage. Dodge. Dodge. Listen.
As said, so done.
Nyum.
Look out.
I bring mercy and retribution.
And slice.
I must not falter.
Okay, Argenta, come over
God
here.
Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Good. Your comm bead comes alive. Vigdis's voice struggles to get through the thundering static. Lord Tane, this is Master. Please stay. Jam. Send. We are en route to the starport. Repeat. An otherworldly cacophony, which until now resembled the rumbling of distant cannon, suddenly swallows you with its full intensity. The warp energy seemingly burst out from thin air, rushing inside your exposed mind like an unstoppable wave of filth. For a moment it feels like your head might explode, but then the sensation retreats, leaving in its wake a different one, that of someone's touch on your temples. I shall fear no darkness, for light is within me, the light of my faith in thee. I shall flee before no enemy, for there is no enemy more terrible than cowardice, and I shall overpower it, Argenta plays aloud, all the while checking your equipment with deft fingers. Cabela gives you a faint smile and whispers, "A great dance begins, but I am still with you, Dolan. Fear not, for I will not let your soul fall into the clutches of the unclean. If it comes to it, I will be quicker than them." Red, black, and lots of blinding white fear. The whole city's quaking. No, the whole world. Let's talk more action. What's Vigdis saying, Lord Captain? Are they going to send a shuttle for us? Vigdis, what's going on? Benning, we have disappearance of the star from vacate. The calm falls silence. Many eyes stare at you. We're not abandoning people in distress. Everyone can come with us. I'm no fast walker, but I'll hobble after you. If you get into a fight, it's not like you'll want an old woman to get in your way anyway. And I think there will be more fighting. A sense of alarm is now almost physical, drilling through your temples. The fleeting little whispers at the edge of your hearing are sinister and gleeful. All we can do now is try to make it to the starport. The old woman looks at you, not particularly hopeful and a little distrustful, as if she's reluctant to ask her question. The sense of alarm keeps growing stronger, as does the sensation of an intent gaze fixed upon you. Does anyone have any idea of what just happened? The final dawn, Argenta says furiously. We stopped short of puzzling out the enemy's entire plan. Oh, Emperor, forgive us this negligence. I swear we will find a way to right it. A chill runs down your spine. You seem to feel Aurora's gaze upon you once again, only it's not coming from the corpse any longer, but from everywhere. That's it. Let's move out. Select everything. Yes. Kitty is staring at me. He knows. He knows shit's about to go down. We have to make it to the starport, and I know somewhere along the way... Do you love crawfish? I don't think I've ever really had any. I mean, I've had shrimp.
Forge ahead, never linger.
Do you think you had won, enemy mine? The vanquished Twilight? You cut down Aurora, but she was only one of us, you hear me? From the depths of dead stone, from his prison of cold metal, he will rise. The hour is nigh. Uh-huh. Whatever you say. The glow of emergency beacons in the darkness is more familiar to me than the light of any star. Follow me, Dolman. I will guide us. Okay, Argenta. Burn, motherfucker!
Death to non-believers! Chaos guides me!
What was your plan there? Was that cultist secretly on our side and was like, I'm gonna take down that demon with me, and blew himself up? I've had so many enemies do shit like that. Yeah. That's why I'm like...
I serve the ruinous powers!
Buff me. Debuff that thing. Cassia, go over here. I know I'm putting you in danger, but fuck it, we're overpowered, so. Walking Nightmare. Oh, there's two more down there. Okay. That's fine.
Emperor, deliver us!
Chaos guides me! Out of my way!
Do.
Death to the weak!
You know what? I am strong.
I know what to do.
Me and Pasquale are going to go this way. Only 80% chance. I wasn't expecting that to hit, but it's fine. Okay, Abelard. Charge. Charge the demon. Push the demon. Brace for impact against the demon. Cause the demon and others to charge at you. Argenta, come down here. I'm gonna want you helping out with them. That was an 87% chance and you missed. Jump.
As honor ordains.
And that chaos is dead. Jump. Oh, come on. That has to be a glitch for it not to trigger on stuff like that.
Death to non-believers!
Cassia, kill that one. Can't view any of them. Buff Argenta.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
We don't have serfs. We have Argenta.
Chaos guides me.
So many actions. I'm definitely gonna need to take that multi-attack one again.
Running by now.
Do. Okay, Abelard, start making your way over here. Move closer. Increase rate of fire. Boom. Run, assassin!
I serve the ruinous power!
So sad for you.
I bring ruin.
Chaos guides
Oh, there's another acolyte over there. Okay. Okay, she's gonna go take care of that once I get a chance. Genta, move forward.
Doubt is for the weak.
Okay, my actual gunness is starting to get stronger.
out of my way!
High momentum.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Boom.
Death to the weak!
Miss. It's fine. Here, jump right there. Why did that not hit him? I swear to God, I know someone suggested that it was probably like it's more the paths you go through than the actual like landing next to them, but sometimes it lands next to them and it works.
Let's see this through.
Yeah, it's supposed to be once you land. That's what it's supposed to be. But it just doesn't seem to. He comes. Yeah, well, he's gonna get fucking like the blender. He's gonna get blendered. They are coming. One follows the other's footsteps. The aurora of the morning and the aurora of the evening. Whatever you say. Starport. Submit a bug report. True. Can you give me a way to word it? Because I'm not good at wording shit. Like in an official like thing, because I would just go like, it's not triggering. Is that like, is that all I need to say? Is that the effect of what was it, leap of faith or something, is not triggering when it should. There's not triggering the attacks when it's supposed to.
The anarchy on the starport will distress the hallowed machine spirits of the Voidcraft, rendering them deaf to all litanies of placation. The shuttle we use for the evacuation must be handled with caution.
With all due respect to your faith, her name, if we find a working shuttle, we will worry about restoring the machine spirit's equilibrium once we're back on board our ship.
Okay, I'm gonna copy that for when I do it. And then bug report. Hold on, give me a second. Let me get this all set up. Okay, sent. Now I can change this back to gaming. I didn't want to.
Onward to victory.
Actual like Discord and thing. I mean, I don't care, but the less I can have it just out all the time. Oh god. Oh right.
Here we go. Hold on. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's make it quick.
Ouch. Okay, Pasquale. Run there. Explosive. Thank you. Abelard, run forward. You have explosives out. Understood. Charge. Oh!
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
50%. That's good. Thank you.
Forward.
My IC all runs into mine.
on my way. Here we go. Hold on.
Did that one die?
My Auspex has detected something.
Yeah, apparently he did. I don't remember burning him. Perhaps we did. He's not within explosion radius. He is within explosion radius. Haha. Oh, Abelard. Jesus Christ. Hi.
High momentum.
Okay, nobody move. Argenta, you are on disarming. Before anybody else moves.
Never doubt me.
Okay. Now everybody gather together.
We should deal with this.
We will. Argenta, go take care. Argenta, trap, take care of it. I think it's here. I think it's this body. Yeah, plasma gun. No pistol. You just have a plasma rifle. There we go.
Let's seize the moment.
Saving. Alright, here we go. So I guess I missed something because you said you reached the second thing. The stench of Physaline and blood blankets the starport. Echoes of shouts and gunfire drift over the landing pads. The shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malgar amid the crowds huddled next to the shuttles. He was the soldier who greeted you upon the arrival at Rakad Minoris. A group of bloodied and frightened people is wedged between Malgar's wardens and the shuttles. You recognize them as the governor of the planet and the members of the high-ranking entourage. Yeah, probably. Their expensive attire has been torn in the fight, and many bear wounds left by bayonets. Sergeant Malgar, I demand an immediate report. What's going on here? The sergeant spins around to face you, his face twisted grimace of anger. Our esteemed governor and his gang of cronies have been cowering behind us, and now, when things got rough, they thought they could scupper. Scarper, and leave us here to die. We've shed our blood for him and broken our backs to provide for him, and after all this, you think that's fair, you piece of grok shit? Malgar's stun baton hits the governor in the chest, causing adornments on the governor's uniform to jingle in unison. The governor spits out blood, opens his mouth to respond when his head explodes. His body falls limp to the side, his remaining eye staring upwards. The chorus of nobles screaming cannot drown out the sergeant's spiteful whisper. Enough. You said your piece. For generations upon generations, the nobles of this world cared for Reichad Minoris and ensured the prosperity of its inhabitants. And this is your gratitude, peasant. For killing a nobleman, you deserve to be executed where you stand. Cassia throws out her hand, and Malgar's knees buckle. My mentor was right. The rabble truly have no honor. Abelard looks at the governor's body, his brow furrowed. Madness. Punishable by death. Sergeant Malgar. Marnius Malgar. Another in your position could have forgotten that the Emperor protects all his subjects, but surely not you. It is your duty to help anyone you can. The sergeant frowns at you. I don't know why you stick up for these parasites. They never would have helped someone like me. But they don't deserve to die either. Right about that. Not all of them, at least. A dull thud comes from deep within the starport. Heavy footsteps shake the rockcrete, raising an unpleasant tremor in your bones.
Thought you had killed Aurora, false believers. Tremor, for I am Aurora. I am the herald of change. Behold the final dawn, and die!
He's a world eater, right? Alright, you, pull back. You don't get... Okay. Son of a bitch. So, why does that one not give... Fucking... Which is fucking weird since we're dealing with Tzeentch. Yeah.
Let's get to it.
Ow.
Let's get to it.
Okay.
Request approved.
Joint analysis.
All comprehends all.
Yeah, it would be very Tzeentch to use other Chaos Gods followers. You had an 80-something% chance. God damn you, Pascal.
Let's get to it.
Someone.
Gem to run there. Let me set you on fire, you son of a bitch. Okay, he parried that one. Parried that one.
I cannot serve you in this way.
Okay, Abelard. Charge forward. Hit Aurora. Buff. Go ahead and set myself on fire. Run down here.
Contemplate your weakness.
Kill those guys, please, Cassia. Thank you. Hit him with the Cursed Gaze, so he takes more damage.
My blade whispers your name.
You just ran back and forth and got...
Not like this.
Abelard, no! Fucking sniper. Expose weakness. Joint analysis. Oh, he got knocked unconscious. From a fucking sniper. That annoys the shit out of me.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Momentum.
Yeah, he didn't last very long. The only issue was that sniper.
Always drowned in scarlet.
That was literally the only issue, was the sniper.
Bloodied yet still standing.
Can't hit him. Just out of range.
Running by now.
Nice try, Pasquale.
No foe too great.
Damn it, it's right out of her fucking sight. Son of a bitch. I can hit him with that, though. I'm guessing this. Can I give that to yourself? No, I cannot. Son of a bitch. Pasquale, getting an extra turn. I'd rather have an explosion. And that levels me up. Rebel sniper rifle, yeah. If it wasn't for that, Abelard would have been fine. If it wasn't for the fucking sniper. Instead, he gets a concussion because of that. Heretical. Life-draining sword. On a successful hit, the target must pass the toughness with a -1 penalty on failure. Target suffers from the bleeding effect, and veil degradation is increased by 1. If heretical, the wielder restores wounds equal to blah, so don't really care. Yeah, heretical and heretical. Well, those are things we can put in our trading shit, because we're not going heretical. Even though I could get an awesome fucking pet if I did. I am going Executioner, thank you very much. Whenever the Executioner inflicts damage over time effects on a target which is already suffering from an effect of the same type, the target immediately suffers an additional instance of damage from the initial effect. All damage over time effects of this type on this target, including the one inflicted with the ones that have possibly been inflicted later, have the level increased by 4. This bonus stacks. Melee attacks inflict 6 levels of bleed on all targets hit. This effect is applied after all other effects from the attacks are applied. And then where it hurts. If the target of the Executioner's next successful attack is under any damage over time effects, the target will immediately suffer 3 instances of damage from each of these effects, 2 instances if the Executioner makes a burst or area attack. The damage is dealt after all other effects from the attack are applied. Then all damage over time effects are removed from the target. This ability is applied instead of Scourging Strike and removes all Forced Repentance. Yep. We're going Executioner on you. Normally I go like Arch, I use go Vanguard, but with me being also a dodge tank, kind of. Arch Militant. Cassia, Master Tactician. To help buff people. I would do Grand Strategist, but I don't like placing down the zones. No, not assassin. You're gonna be a bounty hunter. You are gonna be an executioner too. Because that just fits. And Argenta is going to be an Arch-Militant. Because that also fits. Now we're going to go through and get rid of a few things. Let me sort by type in ascending order. Thank you. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. Telepath staff. Save that and give that to... What's her name? We can do that. Las pistol. Plasma pistol. Don't need that. Honestly, I don't use the arc. No. Don't equip. God, son of a bitch. There we go. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. Las gun. Add to cargo. Rebel sniper rifle. Keep that for now. Add shotgun to cargo. Add that to cargo. Add sniper rifles to cargo. Add the carapace to cargo. Fencing body glove. I don't think we have anybody with a Warworld origin other than him, but he already has better armor, so that's easy enough. Just go cargo. 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 And everything else. Can just stay as is for now. Hydra strategist just because I'm probably gonna ignore most of the class. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting in concept, but it would be more interesting if you actually could, like, have an easier time getting enemies to come towards you. It's good for, like, your long-ranged allies, but unless you have a bunch of them and you have them all grouped up in the exact same place, it sucks. As for the one where it debuffs the enemy, that's good. The problem is you can only usually catch like 1 or 2 in it at most, and only for a turn, and then they immediately get out of it. And it's like, okay, well, fuck. I'd rather just have a debuff to put on them. Oh, pink horrors? Yeah. Pink horrors, blue horrors, those things are all very cute. Thanks be to the Emperor. You are alive, your lordship. We are most gratified by your return. The crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. I will hear an account of what happened to the system's son. The Vox Master falters. Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approach the sun, black creations of inhuman make, amalgams with sharp angles and edges. They surrounded the star and then... My apologies, I struggled to find words that could describe that terrible sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void. The interrogator closes his eyes and grimaces. Drukhari. You see Abelard's expression change as if a shadow has suddenly fallen over him. He rubs his temple warily, as if we did not have enough trouble on our hands already. The Xenos? Enemies of humanity? Henrix nods. A breed of the Eldari, the most cruel and devious of their kind. The design of their ship matches the description provided by the Vox Master. Like all Xenos, the Drukhari are a blight on the face of the galaxy, but their technological superiority is undisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on creations of their twisted intellect. And many of those creations are capable of things that may seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. The theft of a sun is one example of what they are capable of. Are the Xenos in league with Aurora's cultists? We can rule out that possibility. The Drukhari would never ally themselves with the archenemy's worshippers. If I had to name one thing that humanity and these Xenos have in common, it would be a shared loathing for the warp corruption. Henrik Grimace glances around. The situation calls for immediate action, Kalkrok Nagel. We can continue this conversation later if you so wish, but right now he gestures at the deck teeming with tumultuous activity. I believe you should assume command. What is happening on the planet now? Our auger operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the archenemy's powers at various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of communications picked up by our Vox operators, there is practically no resistance being offered by the governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous Final Dawn cult en masse and assembling in prayer circles. What is the current situation on board? The navigator sanctum is no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey the engine seers. Without it, we cannot perform a warp jump. Pascal's Vox buzzes anxiously from his Vox. It may be angry, or perhaps it is lamenting the injuries it has suffered. I will immediately initiate preparations for a prayer service. If the Omnissiah grants me comprehension, I will appease the machine spirit of the vessel. Do we have any hope of retaking the planet? I fear that Rackard Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. We must leave the system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of our own shuttles, we also have the shuttle salvaged from the starport. Dark eyes of Sister of Battle flash. We must save as many as we can. This has all happened for a reason. Saint Argenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving the people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up to the sky, away from corruption and death. We must do as she did. Direct all our efforts to the saving those people who at this moment look to the heavens in hope of salvation. The lives of peasants are of little value. Our prime directive is to save the Holy Relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the electo-priests who guard and tend to it. Abelard furrows his brows. Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we are putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Rackard Minoris. The von Valancius dynasty cannot be allowed to perish, and so lamentable though it is, we must rule out the idea of any evacuation. Henrik's eyes, like two deep, dark pools, are resolutely fixed on you. The world is doomed, and its inhabitants along with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge towards death. The final of the cult of Final Dawn's plans. I once witnessed a similar event. A world that has surrendered to the servants of the archenemy and permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promised them salvation, and they are willingly giving over their souls to chaos. A sacrifice great enough to bring forth a demon world. Our only hope of stopping the process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing of the Electro-Priest's monastery. If we blow up the reactor, a thermonuclear reaction will follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing so, we will save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death, and we will save Rackard Minoris from becoming an outpost of the archenemy. Only death can rescue these people. The Undying One has reached out his hand to this world. It is time for him to reap his harvest. We must not reject his design, lest millions of names never reach him, and instead perish in the depths of the Imperium. Death is a mercy, Domin Kalkarak Miguel. Whatever fate you choose for this world, I urge you to make haste, Lord Captain. The planet is burning in raging flashes of crimson and purple. I can see it even from orbit. As do I see the storm is already upon us. With every moment that we waste, it grows ever more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp turbulent carries. I'm with the lady on this. Enough talking. We need to get out of here while we still can. Something lurking in the depths of your consciousness bristles at the passing thought of saving people. The spike of horror you feel takes your breath away. It's as if you are planning to steal the prey of a mighty predator. The planet is already wrapped in a thread, stretching out from the warp. It deserves to have a new master. Which of the planet's inhabitants can we evacuate? The nobles you rescued at the starport have given the coordinates of shelters where we can find surviving aristocrats and their families. As for Sergeant Malgore's troops, they will help to control the crowds of frightened commoners and prevent the shuttles from being overloaded. Thanks to you, we have salvaged many shuttles at the starport, and we can use them now. miraculous fusion reactor must be saved. Any delay caused by loading and transporting to the ship will cost us precious time. Do not deceive yourself, Kalkarok Nagel. If you indulge your vanity, you will doom billions to eternal torment at the hands of the archenemy. Do not forget yourself, Interrogator. One more objection from you, and I shall forget all about the need to deliver you to Footfall alive. You detect a flicker of something beneath Henrik's sanguine mask. Whatever it may be, it does not seep into the Interrogator's dispassionate voice. In that case, I consider it necessary to point out that the mark of the archenemy could infiltrate the ship with the priests escorting the reactor. Keep that in mind for the future. Consider it done. It is likely our shuttles will have a capacity to evacuate some people as well. Evacuate the commoners who have not yet converted to the cult of the Final Dawn. Consider it done. This will bring us to the limit of our capacities. We have no more shuttles to use in the evacuation efforts. The bridge is in upheaval. The Technomat's prayers mix together in a senseless cacophony, while servitors work hastily to remove a hardened crust of sacred unguents from the warp engine's components. In the middle of all the tumult stands Pasquale, with a data slate clutched in his hands, seemingly disconnected from the flurry of activity around him. I'm not going to interfere. The hectic storm of prayers and haphazard rituals rage on. Pasquale, still as a statue in the eyes of the Maelstrom, makes no attempt to bring it under control. The Vox Master's Morris voice is extremely tense but carries no hint of shameful panic. Your Lordship, Warp Spawn have invaded the ship. We have blocked their advance by depressurizing one of the infirmaries in their path, but it is only a temporary measure. The crew have ordered to arm themselves and pray for the success of Lord Captain and his engine Seer Prime. Magos, why don't you assume control of these technomats? Surely their contribution will speed things up. They would only be a hindrance. I'm searching for a ray to rectify the error, Pascal is muttering without taking his eye off the data slate. There is a certain anxiousness in the way he moves his mechandrites. Crew, heed the words of the Magos. Pasquale, I kindly request that you take charge of this mess. Thank you, Lordship. You are right. Pasquale's voice changes when he addresses the crew. He now speaks with authority and resolve. Tech comrades, heed my instructions. The mayhem immediately subsides and the crew's actions fall into some indiscernible logic. The Omnissiah's servants start working in sync, and the binary clamor becomes a symphony of reports, which the Magos coordinates like a skillful conductor. Admirably done, Pascal. The Omnissiah guides me. The prayers of the tech priests surround the cogitator, almost drown out the sounds of the bustling bridge behind you. Pasquale, poring intensely over the data slate in his hands, extends a mechandrite toward you. Please take your place at the cogitator, Lord Captain. Step up to the cogitator. The huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vid screens and hundreds of lumens. The blinking lights and endless rush of symbols and digits on the green background make your eyes water, and a vague sense of alarm simmers in the depths of your mind. The typical reaction of a layperson when confronted with the magnitude of the Omnissiah's creation. Among the numerous controls, you see the mouth of a cyber gargoyle, the same as at the gate of the warrant chamber. Pascal's voice becomes imbued with imperious force. Servants of the machine god, heed my command. Acolytes, prepare the incense instrumentation for the liturgy of machine spirit propitiation. Senior technomats, recite the prayer to generate a current data report. Operations will be marked with the computational protocol. Omnissiah, rejoice! I must inform you, for the purpose of safety and complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating of its datasmith blessings are required. If this is not done, then a launch at the volume of aggregate calculation errors could result in the destruction of the data crypts. But as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, we must omit this procedure. Pascal looks down at the data slate in his hands, a minor deviation from the rite of operations for the sake of appeasing the spirit. What must I do? Place your hand inside the throat of the Cogitator Guardian, the Cyber Gargoyle, which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as a key to the data core, where the machine spirit dwells. To it, we will offer our prayers so that we may bypass the protective protocol for defective connections and launch the warp sextant. Pascal's voice grows quieter. The laws of the Omnissiah know no exceptions. And so in this ritual, I will remain at your side to placate the wrathful machine spirit in whom's abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgies, Lord Captain, and may we receive his blessing. Place your hand in the cyber gargoyle's mouth. The metal jaws clamp down on your hand, breaking your delicate corporeal sheath and releasing a warm red liquid into its gullet. At the same moment, the image on the vid screen before you changes. Connecting 0000.1.2.3. Success registry 789.0344. Access initiated. ID 8627. NOM OS Operate Respect Act. What does all this mean? At the sound of your voice, the cogitator's servant, whose bronze-bound skeleton is built into the cogitator housing, shudders. With a screech, its skulls rotate towards you, then stops in that position. Benevolent code. A voice receptor. Pascal emits a sequence of binary symbols, and then is silent for several seconds. I hypothesize the defect is located in the analyzer block. I register a reaction to the signal, but no process responds. A temporary override is permissible. The Magos intently studies the vidscreen. The shell was created on a forge world unknown to me. Initiating standard invocation of the machine spirit. Pascal leans over the adjacent instrument panel and sets his hands on the controls. At the same time, a quiet stream of machine code begins pouring out forth from his vox. What should I do now? Lord Captain, I now ask you to address the machine spirit. Speak the following command. By my authority, I revoke the involatility protocol of the warp engine. The voice receptor will receive the vocal entry. Without your sanction, the machine spirit will not accept the data from the warp system. Well, by my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. One of the cogitator's vid screens turned red. Pascal sees this and raises his hand, signaling the rest of the tech priests, then withdraws a connector from his sleeve and connects it to the machine. Servants of the Omnissiah, make now the offering of cleansed data crypts to the machine spirit so that it may be filled with their true and calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy on our souls. In meek solemnity, the acolytes offer up the cleansed data crypts to the warp engine, one after another, repeating prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred unguents, Pasquale inserts them into the cogitator's slots. Your head begins to spin from the holy censer's foul-smelling clouds of smoke, and from the loss of blood that the cyber gargoyle continues to drink from you, and the world swims before your eyes. Let this mechanism awaken in renewed purity. Pasquale enters a sequence of commands and raises his head, watching the vidscreen. Suddenly stops dead. No. His fingers fly over the command runes, entering command after command. His mechanoids click their pincers, pull at one lever after another. The vid screens fill with strings of symbols, completely incomprehensible to you, but clearly conveying something to the Magos. Is everything all right, Magos? After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on the cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt does the same. The next bursts into flame, giving off foul-smelling smoke. Around you, the Omnissiah servants break off from their prayers, and someone bursts into frantic pleading. Pascal mournfully grates out, "The massive errors in the warp sextant's calculation is destroying the data repositories. The offering did not appease the ship spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with the motive force. We are trapped." A moment later, the Magos continues uncertainly. "Perhaps an alternative Ryzen protocol, or an emergency launch of the auxiliary coils." The tech priest bends over the cogitator, but something in his pose and movements reveals his desperation. While the vid screens are filled with more and more strings of symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks, and its static image changes. Pascal is too engrossed in his ritual to read the information on the vid screen. Input pack prompt nom os stab true, nom os stab false. Stat check initiated. Perturb registered. Disturb registered. Nom os operation resist query. Machine spirit, can you hear me? The cogitator's servant creaks quietly in its joints, a sound that is drowned out by the binary hymns and the tapping of command runes. Input prompt nom os ping. Nom os request response. NOM-OS Operation Response Injury. NOM-OS Operation Response Rescue. NOM-OS Operation Response Query. O hallowed machine spirit, in the name of the Omniscience and the Emperor, reveal unto us your power and guard us against our doom. Pascal echoes your sentiments with the triumphant sounds of binaric hymn. Pascal's next vocalization goes unsynthesized as he sees the vidscreen begin stabilizing one after another. The strains frenetically galloping across the green background are replaced with strange images of regulatory updating status reports. Only one monitor remains inexplicably red. The tech priest boss crackles in shock, but his report is as clipped and clinical as ever. Registering. Warp sextant activation. Registering data stream stabilizing. Registering 0 data aiders found. Reporting. The warp engine is ready for translation. I ain't a simple rogue trader, not with me fucking clearing an entire room on my own. Yeah. After a pause, Pascal adds, I am also reporting evidence indicating a Category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion. Thou shalt witness the mechanism that toils in glorification of its function and in defiance of deactivation. Lord Captain, Raver here. The crews are almost finished carrying out orders given earlier. And I just received confirmation from the engineering halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp engine's up and raring to go. We're ready to begin the translation to the warp, your lordship. Lord Captain speaking. I give the order to commence translation to the warp. Waiting for you to ascend to the Captain throne, Lord Captain. May the Emperor protect us. Oh, Ghost in the Machine, get us the fuck out of here!
The Von Valancia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void ships plunged deeper into the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
Sorry, Adira got a new party member. Lord Captain, allow me to report our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orselio informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space in the Verbundus system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission to begin the process. The Verbundus system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with a functioning warp in the Coronis expanse. The tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp, and to allow the servants of the Omnispire to inspect and heal the void ship's wounds in the dark. The prayers and rituals will take some time. With our astropathic choir, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your protectorate. Dargonus, Jonas, Janus, and Kiava Gamma. Master Zachary Weiss has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Materium. The Liege of Football has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of the von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. I quote, "Apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible." Footfall, the place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Revered Heremonius Doloso will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagined he will be interested in talking to you as well, Kalkrok-Nagel. I will be leaving your void ship when we arrive in Footfall, Kalkrok-Nagel. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. Your Lordship, young Yvain Winterskill has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality and for saving him from certain death. Not wishing to outstay his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Yvain swears he will not forget his debt to you. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during a comprehensive system inspection right, this unit discovered data clusters within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes by means of personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Kalkrok-Nagel von Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned the identifier Keeper 2. The unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator, provided that he possesses the decryption key. You detect a hint of something resembling curiosity in Pasquale's mechanical voice. Tell the Lady Navigator I give her leave to make the translation from the warp into real space. Give me that talent. Why is that restricted only a companion? I want to play a gunslinger. Oh, you got the one lady? The smuggler lady? Vigdis begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start preparing for the shift to real space, and measured chants fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. Oh yeah, she's interesting. I like her. I know she starts out with the ability to use Eldar weaponry and shit, because that's what she's equipped with. Vigdis turns to you again. One more thing, Lord Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodore's demise, and you inheriting the title. These Korkara will be informed. It is required so we can use the dock, and besides, he is expecting a personal audience with the rogue trader. You will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive on the station with the proper pomp and ceremony, or you can visit it incognito. I will arrive officially as a rogue trader. It will be done, Lord Captain. With your gracious permission, I will return to your duties. Normally I go incognito, but I want to do that. I would have played a gunslinger if I had talents like that. There might be, who knows. Jocasta Sauerback is the very picture of discipline. Her uniform is exquisitely pressed, her armor is polished, and her posture is imposing and rigid. The only flaw in her immaculate appearance is the heavy enforcer's maul, which is worn and battered from frequent use. She salutes you with a practiced motion. Greetings, Lord Captain. What is your opinion of me as Lord Captain? I would not dare form opinions about your lordship. That would be unforgivably brazen of me. My duty is to serve, not evaluate. I want to know more about your service. I am ready to answer any questions, Lord Captain. What are the Master-at-Arms' duties? I am responsible for upholding safety and order aboard the ship. Guard duties, patrols, finding and punishing troublemakers. In addition, my enforcers ensure that the crew follow all directives and carry out their tasks properly. As they say in my family, a servant who shows disobedience today prepares to riot tomorrow. I hope you will not repeat the mistakes of the previous Master-at-Arms. You can be sure of that. He was a fine enforcer, but suffered from the fatal flaw of trusting his associates. I myself lack that weakness and trust no one except you, Lord Captain. There are thousands aboard this vessel. How do you maintain order? 2 words, Lord Captain. Suppression and fear. The base nature of the rabble cries for an iron grip. Least they give in to their animal urges. We have many well-tested measures to prevent it. random night searches, preventative interrogations, corporal punishment, and executions. Of course, the laws of the ship equally apply to the officers. We eradicate the canker of insubordination wherever we find it, without mercy. You are wearing Imperial Navy armor. How did you come by it? I inherited it from the previous Master-at-Arms. Like the esteemed Seneschal, he left the Navy to serve Lady Theodora. He brought quite a few officers with him and established a tradition. Upon death or resignation of an enforcer, he or her armor would be passed to a fellow officer who had distinguished themselves in the course of their duties. I was awarded armor in this way in my time, and upon the death of my predecessor, I inherited his personal armor. How'd you come to serve upon my flagship? I come from the noble Sourback family, of the capital world Durangonis. I dare say that our house is renowned for its loyalty and strict adherence to the law, and the members of my family have been your faithful enforcers for centuries. I am honored to be the 6th Master-at-Arms named Sourback to serve on this ship. Jocasta speaks the word with unmistakable pride. Why are you here instead of basking in luxury? Because of my cousin, Macharius. A furious crease appears between her brows. I cannot stand him, but the feeling is mutual. We can hardly be in the same room together, so I jumped at the opportunity to become your enforcer. I should thank my obnoxious cousin for nudging me towards the best decision of my life. I serve you with all my heart, and wish for no other fate than this one. I want to know what you think of the other officers. I do not trust them, but I do not trust anyone. Mistress Tolman has too much power and will surely be tempted to start deciding for herself what information to share with the crew on your behalf and what to withhold. Ravor is closely intertwined with the ship's systems, which opens up plenty of opportunities for sabotage. He must be watched. As for Danrock, forgive me, but a man of his size and habits cannot help but steal. Well, what can you tell me about Abelard? The Seneschal is a model of competence and fidelity, and all the officers and enforcers look up to him with gratitude. A grimace of fierce devotion takes hold of Sourback's face before she abruptly grits her teeth and continues. It is all the more distressing to see that the years have not taken kindly to the deeply respected Master Werserin. Soon there will be no rejuvenation treatment that can save him from the mistakes inherent in such advanced age. But we are ever watchful, and will there to steady the trembling hand of the honored veteran, if need be. That's all for now. Proud to serve the dynasty. I know you can romance her. I don't know how, but I know you can.
Domin. I met her once when I was young. The Vizier saw a serpent hiding among those close to Domin Theodora, ready to sink its fangs into her throat. I was ordered to find the serpent and sever the soul from its body.
I don't know if romance, you can have a tryst or something. I know you can. You can F her.
I hid among the shadows, the air ducts, and the faceless masses.
I know, like, if you have a backstory where you're scarred,
I sliced off its head and returned
she gets
to the
very
temple.
interested.
I doubt that Domin Theodora ever saw me, but the 3 ritual cuts I left behind on the body let her know that this death was pleasing to him.
I don't have that
They
background.
sent us a grand feast from the upper decks before the cycle's end. We gave it to the hungry. Maybe
I don't think I took that specific negative. I could always fully respect and get that for negative. Lord Captain, Raver's voice over the Vox sounds wary. rather than annoyed. I'm getting reports of several ships moving towards us. Judging by the fact that they're not responding to our hails and the telemetry shows a trail of macro batteries, they're not here for chinwag. Ready to issue orders to prepare for the battle at your command. All stations ready for void combat. Okay, we're doing this. I like this kind of minigame, but I also don't like this minigame. Yep. Hello. I am enjoying it a lot. I really like this game. Yeah, yeah. Though I am not good at this part. Yay, crit! Hey, the torpedoes could actually hit. Yep. Repairs and trophies. But yeah, I actually really like this game. I haven't gotten super far in it, but I do really like this game. Upgrade hull. Great RAM. Altar, Templum, Calyx, X. Lord Captain, the station's airlocks have been sealed from the inside. A Vox recording is stating that the priesthood of the Altar, Templum, Calyx, X-17 Sanctuary have no desire to communicate with the laity and are refusing access to guests on the basis of Adeptus Mechanicus privileges of inviolability, granting them sole jurisdiction over their sacred sites. Okay, fuck you. Scan the dead world. Nothing but experience. Drusus's blessing? Lord Captain, we have the flagship Drusus's blessing with a small escort dead ahead. They are requesting a direct Vox channel patching you through. The Vox channel clicks, and after a brief pause, a dry, low voice hails you. Greetings, Lord Captain. I have honored to speak with the rogue trader of House von Valancius. May your name be known through the ages. Charitus Captain Austrus Thorfast, bearer of the free charter of the merchant fleet. How can I be of service? What is the squadron doing here? We developed supply routes for chartists. You see, my ship is a representative of the merchant fleet in this part of the Imperium territory. Yet we do not have a fixed charter-defined trade route. Our mission is to establish business contracts with voidfarers in need of regular ship repairs and those who are interested in specialized good. Let me take a look at your catalog. Oh, right. This is the guy that sells ship parts. I will give you reputation stuff later. Hide untradeable void pirate trophies. Trade. Void heritage. Oh, so all right. The only thing you can give there is void shit. Okay. Your lordship, something sinister is unfolding among the survivors from survivors from Rikad Minors. There have already been several cases of evacuated refugees being found either dead or dying. All of them have been blinded using various means. I fear there is a reason to believe that there were agents of the cult among the people who came aboard. I knew the anathema would not fully release its hold on those doleful souls just yet. Then let us march and drive them away. Give me a proper report on the refugees. How are they quartered? How are they supervised? The serfs and planetary wardens were assigned to 2 auxiliary lower decks. The commoners are riled up and frightened by the calamity, so to keep their senselessness in check, we only assign those of sound mind to work and pump sedative gas through the ventilation into the components holding the rest. The venerated Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse 6 and his retinue took refuge in one of the engineering bays, or more accurately, they barricaded themselves in. The wise servants of the Omnisire are fearful beyond measure that ignorant laypeople might damage or offend their miraculous fusion reactor, so they cloistered themselves in their own personal fortress. Begin the interrogations. It will be done, your lordship. If I might interject, there is no need. The interrogations have already been conducted. I put the enforcers on alert as soon as the first body was discovered, though I decided not to disturb your lordship until I had the results. Well, now I do. We have already arrested, 4 perpetrators at the scene of the crime that had yet to take place. Those are not murderers. They're suicides. Explain yourself, Seneschal. The people we apprehended were about to blind themselves and end their own lives. I am confident that all who perished did the same. When questioned, they all said the same thing. They are haunted by the sight of the dying Rikad Minors. Even in their sleep, they still see the same horrific picture. And so the sad wretches would do anything to make the nightmares stop. Perform cleansing liturgies on the decks housing the refugees. We shall banish this blight with the strength of our faith. Certainly, Lord Captain, except I'm afraid it is not just the refugees. 3 out of the 4 people we arrested were members of the crew. They watched Rikad Minors die, and it left their minds scarred. We all bear the mark of the dark catastrophe, for it was the attention of the ruinous powers that branded our very souls. May the God Emperor have mercy on us. You were warned, your lordship. It is regrettable that you did not listen. Yeah, well, fuck you too. Wait for the completion of the ship's inspection. What unidentified object? To the void, Doc. I can't wait to get farther in the DLC storyline because you get to fight one of my favorite things to fight. I don't know when it will continue, but I am looking forward to it. Sadly, we gotta go through Footfall first. The welcome procession is not particularly long, but it does attract attention. Everyone is dressed in their finest apparel, every button gleaming. Standing in front of others is a woman with clearly expensive implants. She bows in a solemn curtsy. Rogue traitor. Traitor. Footfall welcomes you. On behalf of the liege, Lord Vladimir Tokara, allow me to express my joy at your arrival. The liege awaits you at his residence. But should you have other business to conduct on the station, I will be honored to serve as your guide. Cassia's lips curl slightly. This is so familiar. Behind the amber-colored scattering of words of welcome, far less appealing hues lurk, murky and diluted. They look the look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their intentions. Footfall is interesting, but I just don't like that you are stuck here, like, for a while. And I like interacting with other things. Like, we just did a whole bunch with human enemies, and now we continue with human enemies. I know going into, like, flying around, scanning shit, you can run into other shit, depending on where you go. I would like her to have a look around the station first. Of course, your lordship. Please follow me. She doesn't get to finish.
Hey, newcomers! How's this for a warm welcome?
Well
Show
then.
them no mercy.
Yeah, you're all gonna die. I hope you know that. Hi. Burn.
Let's make it quick.
Should spec J into bolt pistols.
Here we go.
bitch! Abelard, crush their balls. Bloodstained Amelia.
It will be done.
Emperor, protect me.
Hold on.
Okay, Cassia, look at them. I will always love that.
Easy.
Jump! Motherfucking piece of shit.
I know what you didn't see that one coming, did you? You clearly are outmatched.
Oh, I forgot to help myself. Okay, Pasquale, move up. Explosion! Plasma overcharge is nice. Oh, you're an idiot. Run over here! God, she gets so much speed because when other people kill things, she gets speed.
Killing brings me no pleasure. Death is a blessing.
The shivering young servant looks up at you with horror in his eyes. Emperor, protect me! They killed! Killed! A gang of puny thugs attacked me, and the Emperor is anointed rogue traitor von Valancius. Such a poorly organized attempt at my life can only be seen as a personal affront. I would wager that this was not an assassination attempt, but rather a common raid. The half-wits had no idea they would run into you, Lord Captain. Still, it wouldn't hurt to be on our guard. The great have been known to fall to the pathetic. We can attest to this from our recent experience. Abelard browns and rubs the bridge of his nose as if he's fatigued. Your lordship, those guys are Anvers. They're a gang. They're the worst, I'm telling you. They're scared of no one, not even Lee's Takora. He glances around like he's expecting more bandits to appear. Does this kind of thing happen often around here? Shooting? Yes. Attacks on nobles, not very often. Unless it's the Anvers. They're vicious. Not a week goes by without them killing and gutting somebody. They're wicked heretics. They respect nothing. They follow no rules. Go and report this to the Liege. Yes, I'm sorry, your lordship. I'll go report it to the Liege. They killed her. They killed my lady. Oh, this is terrible. Grab everything. Everything. Combat shotgun. At first glance, these look like standard containers, but their frames have been reinforced and their seals improved to keep the smell in. The holy book by the altar. That void-damned custom guy. He's always on duty, does he? Guess what? Hanger by the window. Remember to bow the emperor through the window. That's a separate thing. I'll deal with it later.
The Footfall Dockyard is a blessed wonder of the all-powerful Omnissiah. The rest of the station is extraneous, a superfluous appendage.
Grab everything we can. Oh shit. Just in case this actually like seals me out. Let me look this up. Because I am an idiot and I don't know where I found
Last time I...
Three, 5, 4, 1. Yay, level up. Let's see, we got interrogator goggles, auto gun, auto pistol, Psyker's footwear. +3 dodge until the end of combat for each psi power they use stacks. Give me more dodge, you say? I mean, I do like those, but it's only a 25% chance. Oh, this is just flat dodge. So apparently Bloody Pact isn't fucking working again. Because it's not giving me my 4 attacks. It should. It should count as a sword, but it doesn't. Where the fuck did I get a Herald Servo Skull? I mean, awesome, but still. Venom Blade. Oh yeah, we have a level up. Executioner, let's go. So, let's see. Exsanguination and immediately inflicts bleeding on an ally of their choice, including themselves. This ally gains 5 plus Medicaid, 10% bonus to dodge, and 3 additional MP until bleeding ends for any reason. Parameters for each creature and your ally in combat suffering from the following damage over time: bleeding, armor, dodge from burning, and toxin. 1 defection per creature up to toughness bonus. I think I want to take exsanguination. Or orchestrate flames. I'll take Orchestrate Flames. The next one is 4 levels away. And I'll take Exsanguination because that inflicts bleeding on myself. And gives me bonus to dodge if I have to. Or I can just go... Gift of Torment. I probably don't need to take Exsanguination. Pain Resonance. All enemies... So that would be good if I used range, but I'm not using range, so Gift of Torment would be decent. Exsanguination gives me bonus dodge and movement. And affects me with bleeding, which when I get the one thing so I heal off of all my dots, that would be good. Yeah. And I need to take like Enfeeble or Invigorate. Invigorate stops bleeding, but it doesn't stop burning, which is good. Then I'll take Warp Speed. Regenerate. Unless some of the other stuff is like if I am bleeding. attack, wildfire, cautious approach. Devastating attack. Then for you, target. Let's see. Let's sound. The master attack can rush an enemy. If that enemy is killed by one of the master allies before the beginning of action, that ally gains momentum and 5 dull characteristics until the end of combat. That's good if they have like minions and to like fully kill the minions. Hello. Zone of Fear. Scourge of the Red Tide. When burning, Psychers suffer additional damage every time they use psychic powers, and demons every time they attack or use psychic powers. Immolate the soul. Don't need that. Could do Held in My Gaze. Finish the job. Enemies with the unfinished business effect. This effect is applied to enemies which were attacked by the Master Technician's allies, but not by the Master Technician. Nope, don't like that. Linchpin. Inspire. I like that. And then for now, you will have Claim the Bounty? Yes. Exsanguination on you, because that just fits you. Devastating attack as well. That all works. Grab those goods. Just an internal report. Whatever.
Marching ahead.
How are you? Commerce. I don't think I have anything else to do.
Venture forward.
Let's go to the rest of it. Shadow Quarters. I know it doesn't say I have anything to do here, but I want to explore. Come on. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. You're at 100%. Let me in.
The Shadow Quarters. When I was last on Footfall, I used to take my weapon and wander this area, anticipating an encounter with a mutant or a bandit.
I enjoy it here. This place reminds me of the flagship's freight line. Almost like home.
Who holds a flamer like that, you idiot? We're almost refueled here. We'll show you how it's done. I'm just not feeling it anymore, that's all. The guy is pretty much cinder now. It was more fun when he was alive and thrashing about. Some people misusing my fire? Look at that, here comes another training target for us. Fire it up, you lot! Oh, you poor fucking fools.
A dance of blades and shadows. Trust me. Come, the other side awaits.
Switch to the bolter. Activate that.
With you, my Emperor!
Let's get to
Good
it.
job.
Let's get to it.
Show me what you've got.
Let's make it quick. Die! Die! Die!
That was bullshit.
Scared yet?
Normal difficulty. I'm not the greatest at these types of things. I try my best, but I know for like higher difficulties, you would want to like have more powerful shit.
Out my way. Here we go.
Honestly, the only thing that fucked me up here and actually like
Hold on.
really injured Argento was The fucking stun grenade. If it wasn't for that, everything would have been great.
As a tenant, the shadows will see it done.
Focus on her, please.
Let's get to it.
Thank you.
Let's get to it.
Well, you just hurt your own guy there,
I'm
mostly.
in, maggot.
Sadly, that's gonna hurt my people, but honestly, need to. Give you an entire extra turn. Mother.
Let's make it quick.
And I get to go again. Eat it. That is really starting to get annoying. There we go. Okay, Pasquale.
Running binaric override. Combat is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
Do. Go. I swear to God. Sometimes it works. Do you know anything about 40K? Warhammer 40K.
No matter the cost.
Fire Blessed Carapace. And a Thunder Hammer. Not at all. It is a very, very complicated thing. Would not be easy for me to explain it. Thunder Hammer. Basically, we are a very important person. Everything sucks. War is eternal. That's the gist of 40K. I mean, not the we're an important person. That's specific to this. I found a bomb. Pasquale, go unlock that. Gain all that shit. Thank you. Clear the rubble. Some goods. Grenadier's gloves. That can be fucking traded. There's a lot of goods on this station. Nothing back there. So go run back over here, please. Thank you. Oh yeah, exterminators for that stuff. Plague is happening there. The man stops and salutes you with his flamer. Your lordship, what an honor. The whole of Footfall is talking about the new head of House von Valancius. Foreman of Footfall Utility Crew 3 at your service. What are you doing? Just burning rats. And some trash. And some parasites of other sorts. The district's under quarantine, you see. It got hit by something nasty. A disease, or maybe it isn't a disease. Just some bugs and worms that crawled out of some ship or other. It is a bit odd that it happened here and not at the docks, I'll grant you. Things like that usually start there. They even spray the place with some gunk to kill all the bugs and worms. But I guess something slipped through. 2 families in that block way over there snuffed it. And the Liege wasted no time getting the district surrounded so nobody could leave. So, you don't know exactly what's happening in the district. Disease, bugs, or something else? 1,000 apologies, your lordship, but no, we don't. And we'd rather not find out. Who in their right mind would want to get closer to whatever it is? We contain the foulness, and that's good enough if you ask me. How exactly did the victims die? Who knows? They found them in the hovels, already dead. Blue sores all in their bodies, and they stank something awful. Which is why the lot that found them didn't even risk looting the corpses. Good on them, I guess. Doesn't mean we let them out, of course. What measures have been taken to deal with the problem? You're looking at them. We stand here, burn the foulness, and we've got people standing guard so no one escapes. Put some mines down, a whole load of them. For the same reason, the water, the sewers, all blocked up to stop any communications getting out. The air's open, I suppose, but the foulness doesn't seem to be airborne. There haven't been any strange deaths outside the district. Are the people trapped in the quarantine zone being provided with any kind of aid? Of course not. I mean, I heard Reverend Harriman has been praying for their souls, which sounded more like retribution fell upon them, and rightly so. That's the most they can hope for. I wish to enter the quarantine zone. Your lordship, have mercy. I can't say no to you, but the danger is just as real to you as it is to the whole station. Well, we'll clear a way for you, but it'll take time. A lot of time. It won't be easy to break down the barricade and disarm the mines. He gives you a long look, likely hoping that you will reconsider. But after receiving no reaction, he gives the order to his assistants. So we'll have to wait for that. Martyr's entrance. This is where we get one of the other resource places where we can give people things and they give us things. Yeah, basically in 40K, everything sucks.
Oh my, this place has so many colors. Every shade I can imagine is floating in the air.
Go grab those goods. Thank you.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Ah, some goods over there. It's a standard, crap, what are these types of games called? There's a bunch of different games like this. Kind of. Like, I know Shadowrun has a bunch. Oh, by the throne. That's him, isn't it? The poor sap who got his tongue cut out by the Anvers. That's the one. I think it was from Casablanca. Well, his troubles are over now.
Stay sharp.
CRPG, yeah, that. Go open up their lockbox. I'm sure they don't mind. The woman looks to be in her 40s, and she is surveying you with interest. Her right eye appears almost black against her dusky skin, while her left eye emits a greenish light filtered through the smudged lens of a prosthesis. Her arms are tattooed all the way from the base of her shoulders to her knuckles. Looking for something specific? You buying or maybe selling? Don't be shy, just ask. Old Riza knows all kinds of folks. My boys will fetch you anything your heart desires. Grandpa Blavsky says hello. Riza's face breaks into a broad smile. That old rascal! I thought he croaked in the mines a long time ago. But old man Backvol's still alive and kicking, you say? Me and him have been through a lot of interesting scrapes together. And oh, all the weird and wonderful things we've still acquired. Backvol wouldn't send his regards along with just anyone. You must have done him a good turn, and because of that, old Riza is going to give you a special discount. You gained a 5 PF discount on items from the Fellowship of the Void faction. Let's see what you have to offer. So, Navy swashbuckler's coat. Give me that. Med kit. Give me that. Bayonet knife. The wielder attacks at any ranged weapon at one cell. The attack also inflicts bleeding 4. Serrated greatsword. Intoxicating elixir. That can be easily done. Reputation. Select tradable. Honestly, just trade everything to them that we can. Because I really like these guys, so. Can't get that. Let's put some things in cargo that we don't need. Keep that. Keep that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need hand flamers. I'll keep the las pistol. Do. None of these armors matter to me. Especially this one. I rarely use grenades. Honestly, I can put most of these away. Okay, night-night, person. Ooh, that's nice. Swashbuckler's cape. Plus 10 parry reduction to melees, and plus 5 armor penetration for melees, which is good. Industrial hammer. Thunder hammer. I think thunder hammer is better than the industrial hammer. Has the same stuff, but the thunder hammer does more damage. That can go in cargo. I don't know if I honestly give him a combat shotgun for his offhand. bonus at 7, which means we can get that once we got the stuff for it. Same with that. Apex Predator's gloves. Kills the target marked as prey. They gain stackable bonus until the end of combat. The bonus depends on the enemy's difficulty tier. The Roman numeral on the enemy's icon. The equipment is equal to the highest difficulty tier among enemies killed by the way of this combat. That's nice. I think I want to put that on. What's her name? Once I get this, I can put this on me. Once per turn after the warrior uses Blood Oath or Oath of Vengeance, they gain 1 dash, costing 0 AP until the end of their turn. Ooh. I don't have Blood Oath or Oath of Vengeance, but I can give that to what's her name? We'll see what other units have later on, what other trade things. Gross.
Unexpected result.
Goods. Don't think I need anything else here for now. Shadows are deepest of all. I don't know what that is. We can go to the atrium. I'll check what that quest is. The shadows are deepest of all. I know I can't go into the one thing until time passes. Do. Come on. I know you can do it. There we go.
This place was intended to be merely a hall within the temple, but now a whole city has been squeezed into it.
Fireproof cape. The wearer of this cape is immune to burning. No, I need to set myself on fire. I do not need to be immune to burning.
Temples lack the critical functionality that a void station requires, unlike the chapels of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Pascal, go open that case for me. Those things. That goes to a dead end. buzzing crowd has closed in on several harried-looking individuals. Some of their faces are smeared with flesh blood. The angry cries and twisted faces leave no doubt a massacre is about to take place. Just cut their throats already. What are they thinking, letting the ship dock at Footfall? They're all stricken. No, no cutting. We get their blood on us, we'll be tainted too. Better burn them. Be quiet, you scoundrel! A priest clad in a simple black raiment cuts through the crowd like a void ship crossing the sky. You dare pass judgment on others? What arrogance to think you have the right! Argenta starts at the side of the elderly priest. That's Reverend Hieronymus. I'm surprised he's decided to intervene in a street squabble. What's going on here? Several dozen gauges boarded into. And who are you supposed to be? I am Kalkrok Nagel, rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. The rabble-rouser's expression changed completely, and he makes a clumsy attempt at a bow, then crumples to his knees. Your lordship, I'm sorry for not recognizing you. You see, it's just that it's your first time on Footfall, and we didn't know. Terrified, he falls silent. We were just, rooting out heresy here. These scrawny ones, they're from the ship that came from the bowels of the Kronos Expanse. They've got plague there, and mutants, and now they're spreading that rot everywhere, that taint. They're all... Silence! You must be completely out of your minds. A band of woefully dim-witted reprobates who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All of you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting to the end of your days. And what's so wrong about that, Reverend? We just want to put these heretics to death. We're not heretics, the haggard man is on the verge of tears. We're refugees. I swear it on the Golden Throne. We served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. Where were the protectors that were meant to shield the lands of humanity from nightmares? Traitors! Traitors and heretics, the lot of them! A murmur runs through the crowd. The people gawk at you, at the priest, at the wretched group huddled at the center. How tiring. The motley sea of colors that fills this restless crowd is hard on the eyes. So many hues, but most of them are acid yellow streaks of fear, their red buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all who are gathered here. Cassia looks at the crowd of troublemakers warily, and they shudder at the very sight of her. As for the hearts of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they are shrouded in purple-black grief, but their words are as transparent as the ice that lies at the top of a glacier. But commoners are always deaf to others' suffering, for such is their nature. Interfering in their affairs is hardly worthy of you or me, Kalkrok Nagel. I am the master of Kiava Gamma. If these people are my subjects, then I am the only one who can decide what to do with them. I command the onlookers to disperse. As for the rest of you, go to the docks and await further instructions. Hey, you lot heard what his lordship says. Get to the docks! The rabble-rousers turn to you and bows deeply. Don't you worry, none, your lordship. We'll go with these people. We'll watch them and make sure they keep their traps shut about you. Assholes! The arrogance and self-righteousness of a malefactor. The priest shakes his head disapprovingly, then his eyes shift to you. I am Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso, head of the Drusan mission here on Footfall. I thank you for stepping in. Please come see me when you have the time. We can talk then. Loot. Okay, I think I'm gonna save and find somebody to raid. I'm getting a little tired. I need to do something to wind down a bit before I go to bed. Because I have work tomorrow. Today, technically. It's 1 fucking a.m. Okay, let's see. Who is on right now is the question. Anyone I know? Shobra's on. Let's go raid Shobra. Shobra. My fellow Void Mage. Oh, you signed up for some overtime? Yeah, you need to get some rest. But anyways, thank you all for showing up. We will definitely continue this. I don't know when, in a couple of days probably, depending on how my work is. Just keep your eyes open and you'll see when. Till next time. Bye.